Hello, everybody, and welcome welcome back to Tales from the Archives, Reverie. I'm going to warn you up the bat, we got the sillies today, so welcome to the Silly Show. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? My name is James. I use she, they pronouns. I'm your game master for Archives. You can find me some places at TTRP Gay and other places at Nice One James. I've stopped trying to memorize it. It's like a scavenger hunt for you. You're welcome. You can also find me becoming sort of like, you know, Pleakley and Lilo and Stitch when he's like, I have to single-handedly feed the mosquito population. I did that unwillingly. So if you see any strange bumps on my arms as I gesticulate wildly, I promise I don't have the bubonic plague. I just went LARPing this weekend. And that's... What?
Read.
I might have the bubonic plague?
Who knows?
Okay.
See a rat at LARP.
Okay, we're gonna... Yep. We're just gonna pass it. You know what? I'm gonna pass it on over to Reed because the vibes are so good. I feel like I need to hear whatever silly introduction's about to come out of his mouth right now.
Hello, I'm Reed, and sometimes I tell my friends that they might have the bubonic plague. Today is one of those days. Tomorrow, who knows? That's me.
Great. No, don't find Reed on the internet.
I mean, you can if you want to, but I don't recommend it.
No, I'm just slay. Okay, we'll pass it on from there to Grace.
Hi guys, my name's Glace. My pronouns are my pronouns are she, her. You can find me with 9 fingernails because I lost one and I missed a day of school for it. Anyways, you can also find me on Starlight Tales because I live here. This is my house. Thanks for coming. And I love my friends so much. Yeah, thank you. I built it all myself.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah. Clocked in today. Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I do have a really bad case of the sillies right now, and I think I'm feeding off of Reed like really bad. So, anyways, that's me. And you can find me on Twitter at LMAOGrace with 2 E's just talking there. Okay, thank you.
I feel like I need to, you know how sometimes teachers put like good, quiet kids in the filler spot, like between two. I feel like I need to do that. So today, the person, today the person in the filler seat is my good friend, Mara. Mara, tell me about yourself.
Hey, everybody. It's so good to be back. I missed you all. You can find me on the internet at College of Lore Dropout or just Lore Dropout. And I don't think I'm the right person to be in the middle because I have this fidget, this fidget, this fidget, and this fidget today. So it's get fucking ready for the slimes. Okay,
maybe I'll put a second kid. Hey, sweet. Hey, so I'm pulling out a chair for you, and I'm putting it also in between. Tell me about yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Sweet. You can find me at DragonCon. That's what we're doing. It's exciting. There are no dragons, but there is a convention, which is really exciting. Am I partaking? No, I'm playing D&D online right now. Here is where you can find me. You can also find me on Twitter at _Sweet Stories. You can find me most places there like that with the underscore. Other places, you gotta move it or add a dot like Blue Sky. I don't know. It's fun though to figure that out. But yeah, excited. I also am not a good filler kid because I have a lot of I brought a lot of trinkets and things here that I'm playing with as well. And I'm about to intake a lot of sugar to be to be on that level. I feel your friend. I see that toy. That's a good one. Yeah.
I have the same one.
I ordered it because of you.
I don't know where it is.
Incredible energy. And last in our class of rambunctious little dudes today is my good friend Jess.
I've never been called a rambunctious little dude before.
That was a mistake on behalf of everyone who came before me.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jess, the rambunctious little dude. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on the internet at seriously doing a couple things. Number 1, being super normal about gay pirates.
Being super gay about normal pirates.
About normal pirates.
This applies to a couple things, the Gay Pirate Show and the fun little NPC art that went up yesterday of our fun little gay pirate who may or may not feature in this campaign. That also applies to... No, I've already said both of those. Anyway, you can also find me... doing commissions of your gay little pirates and not pirates. Let me commission you. I won't be commissioning you. You'll be commissioning me. Flawless.
Incredible. Nailed it all around, I would say. Thank you so much. Also, today, our wonderful beloved stream producer is our good friend VJ, who's also on this channel. Tell VJ that you love him and they're doing a good job. That's a threat.
VJ, you're
VJ,
slaying.
I love you.
Love you.
VJ, put your
It's
socials in the chat so everyone can go tell you that they love you. But like, no rush, because you're also doing a lot of things. It is a slay. You're so true. You know, I gotta say, there's no rambunctious little dude class. I'm more excited to lead in group activities today, and the group activities are gay people trauma. Amazing. Let's move on to announcements, I think. And don't worry, I wrote them out, so hopefully they will be more coherent than the introductions just were. Amazing. This Sunday, Crow Lane. We love, speaking of gay pirates that we obsess over and love, I mean, they're kind of pirates, but just run with me on this. Crow Lane's returning. It's going to be super great and super normal and fine, and everyone there is well adjusted. But you know what? We're going to see our little baby children again, and I'm very excited about that. So join us on Sunday for all the dad tenant shenanigans and mom rose shenanigans.
And probably
also,
no bubonic plague.
Probably.
Good to know. Okay. It's transitioning into a different campaign that hopefully will have no bubonic plague in the next episode, or really any episode. A week from today, Dominions. Listen, we just finished a festival. We love some little god champion antics. We love when a bunch of gods say, I'm going to pick the weirdest little man in the whole world, and that man is going to be in charge of saving the galaxy. And they surely all did that, and it's so fun to watch. So stop by in a week from today for Tales from the Hearts of Finians. Also, if you like beautiful dice that roll well, this is the one I always hold up because it's from the place. You should go buy dice or other TTRPG accessories at Die Hard Dice. And if you use our code STARLIGHT10 at checkout, you can get 10% off your order and put a pretty little penny in our pocket. Probably literally just a penny, but that's okay because I love a penny. You can make a wish on it. Go get some dice. You've earned it. You worked very hard. Go get some dice. Also, be sure to follow us just everywhere. You can find us on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram at Starlight Tales _. Sometimes we're just Starlight Tales, but very rarely, and that's okay. For example, YouTube. All of our VODs of our old shows, and by old shows, I mean like not old as in a year ago, old as in this episode will one day be on YouTube. If you're watching from YouTube, hello, future traveler. I hope things are better there. But you can find all of that and more on YouTube at Starlight Tales. Also, listen, if you're here, I imagine you like a collection of little fairy tale weird guys, weird affectionate with love in my heart. This month on Patreon, we got some really fun stuff for Reverie. We had a very cool playlist go up that I'm not biased out about at all because I didn't make it myself. That'd be crazy. Also, if you know, maybe there's a few NPCs in this campaign. You're like, man, I wish I could see how hot they were in person. Our good friend Jess, who once again is open for commission if you look at them and decide that you want art of your own, I made some art of them. Tavia Tides, Fearless Pirate Captain has been posted on Twitter already, but there's a couple more, bless you, Jess, a couple more sneak peeks on Patreon, only for our patrons. If you have the funds to help support us and help us make very silly queer and trans joy content, we appreciate it. And if not, that's okay too. I still love you. Also, a huge shout out to Michael Gelfi Studios, who allows us to use their music. If you're looking for some really good music for your whether it's like a stream or your home game, whatever it is, you can find them on Spotify and Bandcamp, and I think another place that I forgot. They also have their own website. That's the other place. At Michael Gelfi Studios. Their music's very good. You're going to hear it exclusively today because it's very good and I like it a lot. We have merch. The merch is soft. I'm very excited for winter so I can start wearing the sweater again because it's been too hot in California. Last but not least, we have a Discord. So if you're watching today and you're like, man, you know what I want to do? Yell at James specifically and tag them. I have great news for you. You can do that in our Discord, but don't yell at me because I'm sensitive and I will cry. And I think that's all of our announcements. Anyone else have anything else that I forgot? Excellent news. I love when that happens. Amazing. Then without further ado, let's all settle in, pass it on to our intro for today's episode of Tales from the Archives, Reverie. I missed you. I hope you got a nice little snack. We got the sillies out, so it's going to be normal and fine and professional. Don't even worry. Let's talk a little bit about the last time that we were here all together, like a little family. So last time on Tales from the Archives Reverie, we found our friendly faces. Get it? I was really proud of that one at 3 a.m. At the end of a long and trying day. While some were settling in for the evening and others were eager to keep the night's adventures going, we caught up with Crown Lord Lark of the Oaks, standing in his bedchambers as a voice told him not to move. We quickly learned who exactly this voice belonged to. Tavia Reaper Tides, captain of the Shadow Siren, pirate king of the Silver Scoundrels, and current uninvited occupant of Lark's bedchambers. During a tense conversation that began with a little shameless flirting and ended temporarily with Tavia turned into a very frustrated green goat by way of a clever polymorph, we learned that Tavia had been seeking an audience with King Ambrose for some time, but had been written off again and again, until they decided the only logical thing to do was take matters into his own hands by way of a window. We also learned that Tavia seemed to have a particular interest in the talk of the dreaming, and the reaction it had caused in court earlier that day. When Tavia was once again a person and seated in Lark's study, they confided that they were looking for someone important to them, former High Inquisitor Isabella Kinran, who became the famed pirate king Bella Bones, and that the search had led him to Everglen before hitting a wall. Feeling somewhat assured that Lark would at least look into the issue, Tavia climbed back out the window and into the night, leaving Lark to a somewhat emotional reunion with a very worried Aelia, and a less than comfortable conference call with most of our party. Meanwhile, Camille returned back to her family's quarters in the Monarch estate and quickly discovered, by way of their mother, that something or someone had been pretending to be her, stealing a specific and meaningful coat from a tucked-away chest in her closet, and leaving behind a note expressing their apologies and offering to meet them the following night at midnight beneath a weeping tree. With established code words and plenty of curiosity, Camille then ventured into the hall to investigate why the entire estate suddenly seemed to be bustling with activity, and discovered from their faithful, if chronically nervous, informant and castle staff member Thicket Embertree that the royal guard had spotted someone scaling the wall into Lark's room not long ago. Determined to catch the scoundrel in the act and get the latest scoop, Camille set off into the gardens in pursuit. In another part of the castle altogether, Luca and her sister Margot, joined by Oliver and his faithful bird Geoffrey, reunited with the hopes of meeting some baby dragons. But the activity in the estate quickly caught their attention too. They called Camille first, and then Lark themselves, until eventually all involved decided that the night's excitement only made the need for baby dragons more dire. Eventually, they all headed out to the stables and found themselves face to face with a brand new little family of dragons, as well as an academic and dragon expert named Starla Ashsong, who seemed all too eager for Margot's attention, and vice versa. There was info dumping, scale retrieving for fashion purposes, of course, matchmaking, and all manner of teeny tiny baby dragon mischief. But eventually, the evening's tone took a slight left turn as Lark told Oliver some of what had happened to them, and naturally every single person in the vicinity dropped everything they were doing to eavesdrop. Confronted with the reality that things were becoming stranger by the minute, and for some a little too personal, Luca tried calling their older sister Georgie for some clarity on the mysteries of her past, though found herself met with an unwillingness to speak on the subject that was all too familiar. And just as the call ended, and everyone began preparing for the busy night to come to a close, Luca looked up and found a strange blue and silver owl perched on a nearby rooftop, seemingly looking right at her. As the last hours of the evening festivities draw to a close, we pick up with most of our party walking back to the estate. I believe Camille and Oliver, you were walking together. Where do we find you, and what are you talking about?
I think you find Camille and Oliver like arm in arm in a very not necessarily romantic way, but in a very proper way that one would expect to see the two of them walking in side by side. And I think as they walk, and Oliver this time makes sure that there's nobody eavesdropping with conversations with Lark. They sometimes put this much care in it, but with Camille, there's always this much care. And they turn to Camille and say, "You seem off."
It's because I am off, Oliver.
Right. Why?
Well, maybe please, why don't you? I think there's like a little bench that they walk up to that's like near like some trees or whatnot on the pathway, and she like brings them over to that bench. And, please take a seat. It's going to be quite a doozy.
Down.
Okay. Well, she walks over to the tree, and just as like the dramatic energy of like Nacho Libre when he's like leaning against like the wall, you know what I mean? That's exactly what she's doing. And she like over her shoulder talks back to Oliver and goes, "We never finished our conversation about how my life is coming into ruin, and I feel as though it might be looped into all of this mess." She turns and she looks at him and she goes, "I might have a persona or two that you don't know about. Okay, so you know how every time I make a new item, I have to one-up myself. I have to make it really fun for myself. I just haven't been having that much fun recently, and I thought it'd be really nice to just figure out some new magical means to give my styles a bit more oomph, you know? So about a year and a half ago, I joined the Arcane Inquisitors. Yes, I know. So I did that, and I might have put my foot in it. So I made a person. His name is Guy McGee. I don't know if you've heard of them, but it was oh God, oh, you have heard of them. Oh God, that was me. Oh God. Yes. Have you heard of a Guy?
I don't know, James. Have I?
And then you reacted, and I went, "Oh, where? Make me a. What kind of check do you want to make me?"
Okay. Can I argue for like an insight check because of like gossip and like picking up on
Sure.
like? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Natural 20 for 32.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I would say the name sort of rings a bell to you, as a little while ago. Actually, do you have the time frame off the top of your head, sweet? Because I could make up a time frame, but I don't want to get it wrong. Is it
Yeah,
like a year
there
ago?
is a
Is that what
time
we said?
frame, and I'm looking. Yeah, like a year ago, a year and a half
Nice.
ago ish.
My mind is a steel trap. So about a year ago, maybe a little longer. You remember there was sort of like only among like the members of the government or of the court, shall we say, who would have some kind of ear to the ground in the Inquisitors. So really like cabinet, top of the top, that sort of thing. There was a little bit of gossip about an arcane inquisitor who nobody really knew like what they had gotten into, but had basically been putting his nose where it didn't belong and had been caught and cast out of the Inquisitors, and then like the next day had just left, like packed everything up and vanished from the planet.
Tammy.
Yes.
Tammy.
Yes.
What did you
Well, I got a little nosy. I heard about the dreaming. I did. And how advanced the magic was, and how it was like 2 steps ahead of what anybody, even the A team of the Inquisitors, could even get their hands on it and understand, about it. So I was like, wouldn't it be fun if I lassoed the dreaming and put it into an item? So I decided to do a little bit of research, and I found some things out. I found out a lot, actually. Well, I mean, I know the name Isabella. I know that they disappeared years ago, and it in the file that I read, it said it was very similar to another case about this couple that disappeared and hasn't been found for like 15 or 16 years. I don't even know. But there's something else. There was like a note as well from this Isabella person that was left. Let me try to remember it. She's sitting there trying to remember. This is me, sweet, scrolling through my notes, but
That's so real. I also might be able to grab it for you in 30 seconds here.
oh, there we go. could you, James, help me pronounce
Yeah.
this for the truth seeker? What is their name?
Kivara.
Kavara. So Isabella actually left a note for Kavara, the truth speaker. And it was on a scrap of paper, and it said, "I've figured it out. I found it." And then nothing else from Isabella. I don't know. They're gone, missing. We don't know. So I thought that was interesting. Huh?
Is this information that you found secretly
Yes.
that people don't know that you have?
Yes.
Because
Because
you are the brightest mind I've ever met. Do you know that?
Oliver, please.
It's true. You just dumped a fucking mother load on my lap.
Yes. Yeah. I had to. I wanted to reveal it, a grand reveal with the magical item that I created.
This is a listen. I understand and I appreciate the intent behind this is a fucking grand reveal, Cammy.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad.
Minor illusions like little fireworks.
Ow! She starts like posing underneath them. Like,
holy shit! Okay,
yes, of course.
So why is your life falling apart?
Oh my god! So she goes back to the tree. So the reason that it's falling apart is because, well, my coat and my disguise as Sky McKee earlier today, while we were at receiving day, has been stolen. I know, and I don't know by who, or what, or why, or for what. I don't know. Oh my god, I should locate object. I'm too tired to do it now. I'll do it in the morning. But yes. So someone took it.
How do you know? Were you looking for it?
Oh, she pulls out the ribbon. If I'm able to, I would love to just show that memory. If I'm able,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna give that little ribbon to Oliver and kind of like run their finger across it for that memory to like play for them.
And they've done it before. Like it falls into like a very easy rhythm. Holy shit.
Yeah, and that was happening while we were at receiving day. That's not me.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
So you're going to meet this person tomorrow? Am I coming with you? Am I coming with you in hiding?
Oh, let me. She pops out the little note that they wrote for her. Did they say come alone?
No.
They didn't say come alone.
We love a loophole.
We love a loophole. Stop, you so
unless
cheeky.
it's in a piece of clothing, which we don't.
We don't. Yeah, we have to fix those. But this, I would love for somebody else to come with me. I'm also honestly probably going to be in my new persona because Guy McGee found out.
I finally get to meet them.
Yeah, the name is Ivy. They're like 4 months at the. They're very new and they're a squire. Can't do much for the Inquisitors, but at least it'll get me into the door, so I can maybe.
Well, I have a mask that I haven't used in ages. We can go in together. Yes.
An Inquisitor mask?
I do.
Oliver, are you holding secrets on me?
No, it's just, His Majesty asked me to just keep it in the pocket just in case for emergencies. And to me, this feels like a dire situation. Your life and reputation are on the line.
Thank you, Oliver. You get it.
It's an emergency.
Exactly. This is 100% emergency. Please pull out all the stops. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I feel so light. I feel so much better. Thank you.
Of course. I'm always willing and able to carry as much of your baggage as I can without weighing myself down. That's how this friendship works.
And that's all I want. I appreciate it. Same here. Put it on, perfect.
I do like the...
Yeah. They loop back arms again and they're walking with such ease.
Hey, let me tell you this.
Yes, please.
Thank you for trusting me.
Oliver, I trust you always.
I know. Yeah. And that's, it's nice to be trusted.
Well, thank you for being so trustworthy and always being there for me.
My pleasure.
Oh.
Squeezes her arm.
Yeah, they walk.
So tell me more about this coat.
Oh,
As they start walking.
Both of you, please take DM inspiration for that because that just added years to my life with how much fun that was. I'm gonna be thinking about Back to the Tree for the rest of my life. Amazing. My other friends who are walking back, dearest Luca, darling Lark, are we doing anything on the walk back, or are we just heading home for the evening?
Do I run into Luca as I know Luca kind of left.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. So we'll start with you, Luca. What you doing? What you up to?
I feel like she would have waited for people to leave, especially seeing the owl. I think she was like freaked out and probably didn't want to
Sure.
go back by herself.
Sure.
If Lark is walking with them, I think when Cammy and Oliver veer off, Luca, I think she's kind of grumpily. I think when she gets like upset, she just kind of flies instead of walks and just kind of like flies like her arms crossed.
I think
forward.
Lark has left the stables fully expecting like to walk back by themselves. And so when
Elliot is there, I will say.
Oh, that's
also.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
But like fully expecting everyone else to have gone on without you. So when they see you like hovering like outside, they like light up and like, oh, Luca, you stay behind.
Yeah. Can I talk to you?
Of course. Kind of side eyes Elliot. I'm alone?
Yeah.
I can step to the side. That's perfectly fine.
Is that okay? Can I borrow
Yeah.
him? Okay.
I think Ailey will kind of look at you, Lark, and just like you can see like the brows furrow a little bit in like a trying to read your expression kind of look.
Completely like
She will kind of then just squeeze around.
But like you can tell they look a little bit excited. They're like, I'm getting
Yeah.
so by myself.
Yeah. Amazing. So then Aelia will kind of just reach out and squeeze your arm a little and go, right. Well, I will see you back in our rooms. I should go make sure that I will go do that.
No more
See you
intruders.
all soon. Yes. I'll do my rounds.
Right.
She will kind of split off and just like very politely walk far enough away that she can fall behind you and then split off.
Okay.
And it's just the two of you.
I think as soon as Alia leaves, Luca she's still like fluttering, so she's kind of like eye level with Lark and grabs Lark's shoulders and goes, "Can I say something off the record?"
What do you mean?
I mean that right now I just need you to not be my boss, and you seem like you're really caring just in general.
Oh, well, I'm not your boss, Luca. That's would be His Majesty.
Yes, but I know that you're still higher ranking than me, and I just need you to
And
be
I also
my...
don't record any of our conversations.
I know that's not what I'm saying, Lark. I just need you to... Could you just be my friend right now?
I think there's like a beat of silence, and they go a little like their nose goes really pink, and they just like,
Okay. Oh, okay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Totally cool. Okay. My parents went missing when I was like right after I was born. My mom was dreaming when she was pregnant with me, and it was really crazy. And my older sister Georgia, she's the arcane inquisitor. She won't tell me anything about it, but I just was on the phone with her, and she said that like they knew Isabella Kinran, but wouldn't really tell me anything about it. And then after I hung up the phone, I saw this owl that looked just like this owl that my sisters told me is bad owl, bad. Don't, if you see that, like, you're done. It's done. So I'm scared now that I'm going to start dreaming and I'm going to walk off the face of the planet and I'm going to die and go missing forever. Oh, it felt really good to get that off my chest. Okay. Thanks.
of course.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, can I walk back some of the okay. What?
I shouldn't have told you all of that. Or I should have, because you seem like you can do something.
maybe I can. Is that
Yeah, you
what
probably could.
is that what you need? You need me to you
I
need
just
my
needed to
help.
tell someone, and you seemed very non-judgmental especially when that woman came by earlier, crying about her daughter or whatever going missing. Anyways, yeah,
Look, I'm so sorry about your parents.
it's okay. I mean, I feel like it's worse for Georgie and Marco, but
So
yeah.
how long ago did this happen?
Math, 1, 2, 3, like 15 years ago, maybe.
Little more than that. Closer to
Like
20.
20 years ago, maybe.
Oh, okay. Wow. And okay. I would really like to properly talk to you about this and see if, maybe maybe they're related to the other people who have gone missing. You said they knew Isabella, the
Georgie
Inquisitor.
knows about Isabel. Said that they worked on mom and dad's case, I guess.
Yes, the pirate did say that. Okay.
Pirate?
The the person who visited me tonight
Broke into your room. Yeah.
broke into my room. Yes.
Yeah.
I left the window open. So was it really breaking in?
Why did you do that? That
I don't
definitely
know.
is still breaking in.
No, you're right. Yes, yes.
Were they nice to you? I'm surprised you're like not injured or anything like that, if I'm being honest.
Why would I be injured?
Well, I just feel like if someone broke into the room of like a really important royal,
Oh,
like take you for ransom or something, you know.
right. Well, they couldn't because I turned them into a goat.
Are they still a go?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't
That's
think so.
impressive for you, Lark. I didn't see you as the type of, yeah. All right. Good for you.
Speaking of animals, what you mentioned kind of like starts walking with you and kind of like puts a little bit of like an arm around you, but doesn't quite touch you. Kind of just like
Yeah.
a hovering arm around you as they kind of walk with you. What did you say about a dangerous owl?
I don't know if it's I
Rabid
saw
or can
no.
owls get rabies?
I don't know, Lark. Margot would probably know, but that's not the point. It's like it's just like a bad omen. Okay, they won't really tell me a lot about it, but I'm not.
Fair. And you said, what do they look?
It's just
What did it look like?
it was white and silver and had these big black eyes, like space. When you look up in the sky, is completely black. And
Okay. Can I
Lark,
do
you
a
can't
little bit
tell
of a
anyone.
perception check?
You can't tell anyone I told you this. You
I
know
would-
that, right?
Of course. No, I would never.
This is like between us now.
You haven't told anyone else.
No, why would I?
I don't. No, I'm very. Thank you for sharing that with me. Um, I will do everything I can to see if these are related, and even if they're not, maybe we can find them.
That would be the best outcome, honestly.
Right. Got a. Oh, I'm so perceptive. 23.
23? You kind of like do a cursory look around for an owl. I mean, you see like, the occasional like flutter of wings high up in the trees here. You're in a very forested area, but nothing that looks like specifically an owl or like an unusual bird necessarily.
Okay, well, if you see this creature again, will you come straight to me and tell me?
Yes, but it flew away as soon as I looked at it. Like I don't think it. But if I see it again, I'll tell you.
Please. And, yes. Okay.
And you can't tell anyone. You're not even going to tell your wife or anything, or your dad especially.
Is this... Of course, if that is your wish, I won't, but I would like to know, is there something wrong? Like...
No, I just don't want everyone knowing, and I don't want to lose my job, because the dreaming just freaks people out, and they have bad reactions to it, and everyone knows it was my parents who went missing, but I don't want all the huzzah or the hoopla. I think Camilla said that before.
The hoopla, yes. No hoopla.
No hoop.
Okay. Maybe, well, if I'm already, working on this case, if you will, for the woman we saw today, and for the pirate who broke in to my bedroom. So maybe you can help me, if you want. We can
Okay.
investigate together, and it might help us with your parents.
Yeah. Like a duo. Like we're a team.
Yeah, yes. A team. Yes.
This is awesome. We should have
Okay.
like a handshake. Me and my sisters have.
It sticks out a very formal hand. Like, sure, we can shake on it.
She'll shake their hand, be like, "We'll work on this later."
Oh, is it?
No, it's good. We can just spice it up a little, make it more fun. Never mind. It's late. Thank you. I feel so much better.
I'm glad. Do you want me to walk you home?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's still so pink. Walks at home.
Amazing. Absolutely. You can all make your way back to your respective rooms for the evening, where everything is exactly as you left them and how they should be. Which I feel like I just need to assuage because I've committed some crimes recently. And as all of you are sort of settling into bed, and really all of Everglen truly is sort of, putting on pajamas and making last little midnight snacks and settling in, we're going to catch up with a different member of our party. Dearest darling Elise, what's your bedtime routine look like? Where are you? What's going on? Tell me about it.
I think Elise, has made some like chamomile tea, has sat down with like a book of poetry to like calm down, and read for a little bit, drank her tea, and is now you know getting ready for bed, washed her face, put her hair in her silk head wrapped, and is getting all snuggly in the covers, and I think lays a little bit like a mummy in a coffin under the covers. But yeah, and is just getting ready to kind of drift off, perhaps a little apprehensively, with a big thoughts swirling in that brain of hers, but getting ready for sleep.
What kind of thoughts? Tell me what's Elise feeling right now as they get ready to trance?
I think Elise is thinking a lot about that woman who came asking for help in finding her daughter, and was talking about the dreaming, and is going through in her brain all of the accounts of the event that she herself redacted, and thinking of other redacted documents she's looked over, and is just kind of spiraling about what secrets are being kept even from me, the head archivist.
Sure.
What's a lot of just how much about the dreaming is actually there that we don't know about, and is just kind of
Sure.
yeah.
Let me ask, do you think that Elise is a door, like bedroom door open or bedroom door closed kind of sleep?
Um, I think. Oof. I'm gonna go bedroom door open.
Open.
Um,
Interesting.
yeah, I think like the way her apartment is kind of set up, she has her like bedroom, and then right across the hallway from her is like her own personal library. And so I think being
Mhm.
able to like see all of her books that are like the adventure stories that she loves as she falls asleep in trances um is nice for her.
Yeah. So, Elise, as you're sort of settling in here, the lights are dim. You can sort of feel like the beginnings of sleep tugging at your, like, your eyes, your eyelids, everything really. Uh, in the sort of like corner of your eye, you see just a light, not like a bright light, not like the sun, but just sort of a soft glow coming from the hallway.
Um kind of roll over. I think Elise is so wrapped up in these thoughts of like the redacted documents and all of the private archives only she has access to as the head archivist, that she's just like, oh, I probably left like a candle or a lantern burning. Let
Sure.
me go make sure I blow that out.
Sure. So you are walking in, then you're getting up
Yep.
in. As you sort of
Put my
reach like
slippers on.
the doorway of your room and you're sort of facing into the doorway of the next room, you're realizing that the light is coming from just inside your personal library. And at first, I think what you notice is it's not like candlelight. It's not that sort of like warm, flickering golden glow. It is like soft and white, like or silver like moonlight almost. And I think the next thing that you notice, as you can sort of see the light moving like just out of your sight in this room, is that for some reason you can't see into the rest of the room. Your personal library has like a nice little window. Usually it's even when it's dark, it's not pitch black, and there's very clearly a light in here. But you can't see anything other than sort of just the outskirts of this light as it moves.
It's going to call out and go, is there someone there? Are you playing a trick? Is this an intern?
Elise. Follow my voice. Elise. Come closer.
Yeah, I think Elise is just gonna like put a hand on like the nearest where she knows a shelf to be, and like just try to grab a heavy book just to like kind of wield.
Sure.
And it's gonna kind of advance on this
Yeah.
voice. Because this is not is this the first time I have heard this?
It's sort of strange. It's like you can't put this voice to a face necessarily, but there's a part of you tucked away that it almost calls to it, almost feels soothed by it. So even though you know for a fact you've never heard this voice before, there is a part of you that has and that recognizes it.
Um gonna follow this voice, I think.
Sure.
And you said it feels soothing?
Yeah, like
Kind of?
it's not like you're not like relaxed in a way that makes you like uncomfortable with the amount of relaxed you've become, but there's just like
Sure.
it's sort of like when you hear like the voice of a friend that you haven't seen in a really long time.
Yeah.
Just that sort of like instinctual, you know?
I'm gonna keep walking. God,
Sure.
Gordy, is that is that you? Is
So
just
you cross the threshold into the hallway and you step into the darkness?
yeah, I'm fully just walking in,
Sure. The
wishful
minute that
thinking.
you cross the threshold into your personal library, you blink and it's not dark anymore. You are standing in a forest that you have seen before, once, not so long ago, with towering trees that go higher than you could possibly imagine, whose canopy is so thick no light comes through, and yet somehow there is light in here. In your peripheral vision, there's these little floating balls of light, almost like starlight, and you turn to look and they're gone. This entire forest is blanketed with this sort of like silvery purple fog. And as you sort of step through it and around it, you can smell lavender, like almost like lavender sleep spray, if you've ever, like that kind of lavender and
Mhm.
vanilla and warm, soothing. And as you step in here, you know you put your slippers on. You remember putting your slippers on. But you step into this forest and your bare feet meet soft moss, soft, dew-kissed moss, and with each step that you take, these brilliant blue flowers bloom underfoot next to you. And these little toadstools too that are somehow blue even though they shouldn't be. There is a forest in your library. Nobody in sight. What do you do?
I think uh if I turn around, can I see like the hallway that leads back to my bed, or is that
No.
forest?
Just behind you,
Okay.
there is a huge tree whose trunk is like twice your width, your size.
Okay.
And you can sort of see almost like lodged in the trunk a very familiar like brass door handle that you know belongs to that door, but there is no outline of a door.
Uh,
Elise, can you hear me?
yeah, yes, who
Why is there fear in your heart? It's all right. You are safe here with me.
Well, I would feel much safer if you would tell me who you are, please. I think.
We've met before, you know. Don't you remember? In this forest?
Do I remember?
Uh you remember a forest that you were suddenly in that you shouldn't have been when you know, redacted
Yeah.
and you were
Yeah.
looking for redacted and then you redacted.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The forest
That
here
time that I
looks
redacted.
Yeah,
Okay.
the forest here looks a little bit different. Like when you saw that vision, shall we say, the
Mhm.
forest
Mhm.
was like dark, like midnight dark, and it was sort of like blue tinged in the way that like the darkest part of the night is. But this is like that forest. It's this forest, like you can tell it's the same forest, but
Okay.
it's all haze and flowers, and something is different about it.
You've tidied up the place a bit. You've changed, redecorated.
What I showed you was the past. This is not. But I appreciate your compliment nonetheless.
Well, if it what you showed me was the past, is this the here and now or the future?
I suppose you could say it's past and the future and now all together. Where we are is separate from time as you know it, reality as you know it. It's good
Right.
to
Yes.
see you, Elise.
And I would love, unless you are the forest, I can't say that it is good to see you again because I do not see you.
I wish that I could appear to you in a form that you might recognize. In truth, it has been many years since I've been able to speak to anyone like this. But I have grown stronger, and that is because of you. Because you believe in me, Elise. You heard me, you saw me, you reached out to me. And it's allowed me to form a connection to you, I suppose. But I am not strong enough yet to take a form, at least not to present one to you.
And Elise, as you're walking, you sort of like begin to see a little bit of like a clearing with this sort of like brook or like river that isn't quick moving. It's fairly thin, but you can see there's like a bunch of like rocks kind of around, and in this clearing, covering every branch of every tree and every rock and nearly every bit of grass are these brilliant blue butterflies.
I am happy to answer your call. It is an archivist's job to make sure that no story goes untold or history forgotten.
Is
I'm just
that
like
what you are to
staring
me?
at these.
An archivist? I thought maybe a friend, but perhaps I was mistaken and overfamiliar. I'm a bit eager. That's all.
I don't make friends easy. But
Neither
if
do
that
I.
can is there do you need something? I'm just like staring at these butterflies, like
Sure.
eyes locked.
Are you asking the butterflies or are you asking this
I'm just
person?
kind of asking out loud, but I'm like focused in on these.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think in this moment that Elise is afraid?
I think Elise is like at heart a very curious, adventurous person, and I think that like fear has kind of given way just to like
Mm-hmm.
unrestricted, unbound curiosity, and is just like
Sure.
kind of ready to be swept into whatever this is.
Awesome. Okay. Uh,
Come closer. There is a spot for you here.
and you see some of the butterflies sort of like begin to flutter and take flight, and they all like come together in this sort of like swirling, like I don't want to say swirling mass because that makes it sound more solid than I think a collection of butterflies could be. But it's almost like watching smoke come off of a freshly blown off candle. This just sort of like swirling maneuver. And the butterflies that were on the ground go up and join the others in the trees. And you can see there is a blanket that looks just like the blanket that you were curling under to go to bed, and a pillow that looks just like the one in your favorite chair. And in the grass, in a teacup that you recognize, is a cup of freshly made steaming chamomile tea.
If I cannot miss work if this is going to take long. I've, but if it's
As
for a
I
little
said,
sit down.
time is different here. You could spend 100 years in this glade and wake up with only a moment passing. I swear to you, I will not keep you longer than you wish to stay. You can trust me, Elise.
Elise, what are you doing? Oh, you bitch. Yes, I think Elise is gonna take a halting step forward. I have had a lot of experience with time passing me by in what feels like seconds. So if you swear on something important that I will get to go home when I wish, and I would love to sit down and have a cup of tea with you.
I swear on this connection that you and I have forged, this connection that makes me grow strong enough to speak with people again, to have eyes in the world again, to be part of something again. I swear on that to you, Elise. I will not hold you unless you wish to be here.
Then
I
Elise
need
is gonna sit down. Doesn't need any more. Sits down.
Hell yeah. You kind of settle into this comfy, cozy little spot, and you see one of these blue butterflies is sort of like sitting just very leisurely, kind of moving its wings opened and shut on the handle of this teacup. Other than that, actually, make me a perception check if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Okay. That is a 13 plus 7. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, that's enough. You sort of settle in and I think naturally begin to look around. And you don't see a person, just like this figure said. You don't see, a cloaked figure with a knife. You don't see anything that like makes you
Right.
nervous. I think the only thing that you see that's sort of different than you expected is perched up in a tree, again, surrounded by these butterflies, is an owl that you don't recognize, but is blue and silver with just pitch black eyes that look like the night sky. And it's sort of just like, cozied in here. You know how like owls kind of do that thing where they shrink into their own body? It's doing that. Just watching. What you see here?
Is that a friend of yours? Besides the butterflies?
Everything here is a friend of mine. The owl is one of the only beings that has allowed me sight into the material plane for hundreds and hundreds of years. So you could say they're a friend, yeah.
So maybe you are more rich in friends than you realize.
Well, they're doubling by the day. The owl, you. That's about it for the moment.
Is there something you want more than a friend? I cannot help but think I may have called you, but there are people who are much better company than this old woman.
You see the butterfly on the cup sort of like flutters up just slightly and comes to land like almost you can almost tell like hesitantly, but will come to just sort of like land on your shoulder and will just perch there.
I think you are perfect company, Elise. There are many things that I want, to be certain, some of which I hope we will find together, others that I could never ask you to do, but... May I ask you a question, Archivist?
Of course.
Why is it that people are so afraid of me? Why is there so much fear in their hearts when they think of me and dreaming?
Lisa's gonna kind of touch their hand to their head wrap, kind of tuck a loose strand of hair back in and go, you are different in this place than I think you are anywhere else in the world. And
I am not many places out. Certainly people in the rest of the galaxy dream, but I am not the one who calls them. Only those of this land hear me, and only those willing to hear me. Is that what they think of me? Truly.
I don't think anyone knows that you are something so truly different. I think people just think that you are something new, and that is scary for people here. Well, you are an old something, but people here, they are not used to it, and so they don't know what to expect. And also there's the fact that some people you talk to tend to disappear. So, that could be a factor.
This I do know. Is that why you were afraid of me? Did you think I was going to take you somewhere? Somewhere you didn't want to go?
I am less afraid of you than I am the people who would I would have to be around, and their reactions if they found out I was dreaming.
Good. There are many more frightening things in the light of day than anything I can create here in your dreams, Elise, and I am glad that you know this. I would hope that you remember it, because I can't save you out there.
Can you, when I go back and I assume wake up, I assume I am asleep in my bed somewhere,
Yes.
or at least my body is. Could I ask you a favor? A friend to a friend.
All right.
Could you let me dream of Gordy and tonight?
Yes, I can do that for you.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I must also ask a favor in return.
Of course, yes.
If you would hear me.
Absolutely.
There is a group of people close to you who are currently investigating a series of rumors about people they think I took. I need you to join that investigation, Elise. I need your eyes. I need to know that those I look after are safe, and I need your help to do that. The owl can only see so much and cannot pass unseen, but you are so clever and perceptive.
Whatever you need.
Thank you. It's important to me that you know there are not many who have joined me here where I am, who did not wish to be here.
And the few that didn't?
As I've said, my powers for thousands of years have been weak. Sometimes people hear a call that was not meant for them, and they follow. It is not I that keeps them bound here, Elise. It is not my magic that keeps me and everyone with me from you and from the others. That is the kind of power that you should be afraid of in the day. That is the power I cannot help you with or from.
I understand.
Thank you. You are kind.
It is nice to know that there is someone out there who would answer a call in the dark.
It is because of you that I can truly answer for the first time. I am most grateful to you, Elise, for opening that door for me.
This tea was delicious, but I should...
Good.
I have work to do on the other
I
side.
understand. There are things to do, dreams to have, people to see again. Elise, should you need me at any place other than dreams, I will do my best to come. Just call upon the dreamer, and if I can be there, I will. All right?
Of course.
Right.
And I think kind of turn and walk back to the giant tree that had the knob sticking out of it. Probably like
Sure.
put my hand on it. And
The minute your fingers touch the handle, you can see a crack begins to form all the way around in the shape of your door.
and then I think I'll turn around
Mhm.
and just and thank you for the extra help, and I'll just flash a little bit of magic just kind of in the air around and I'll turn and go through the door.
It's the least I can do for the person who's going to save me and my people. Sweet dreams, Elise. I will see you soon.
And with that, you can walk back through the door. And this time, you don't see the hallway because you were never really in the hallway. Instead, what you see is the face of somebody that you haven't seen in a long time on a beach with cool water and easy tides. And you sleep pleasantly, happily, with perfect dreams for the rest of the night. And with Elise and dreaming, I was going to say and everyone dreaming, and everyone else sleeping, unless there's anything else anyone would like to do, then we will pick up in the morning as bright rays of sun pour once again over the Oaken Court and most of the Feylands in general. Anyway, who's a morning person here? Who do we think is up first? We can roll for it if we want, but anyone think they're a particularly early riser?
Unfortunately, I do think Lark is a morning person. I hate him so much.
That's so fair. Good morning, Lark. How you doing?
Lark's great.
Yeah? That feels true.
Lark
I
is
don't know why it would be.
riding the high of having made a friend.
Oh. They're doing such a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bright and early. Tell us a little bit about your morning routine. How do you start the day?
I think because when Lark had started to kind of journal like their day's events, they were interrupted by a certain someone.
Sure.
And then there was the dragons, and then they kind of went to bed. And so I think so much happened after that point that they've woken up like even earlier than they normally would, kind of with the first rays of dawn, and they kind of sit at their desk in their pajamas writing down everything that happened with the Drake speakers, with the dragons, everything that happened with Tavia, everything they said, and then everything that Luca said.
Sure.
And kind of, I think when Alia kind of like eventually rises, she probably finds him doodling like a hatched drawing of an owl in a corner of a page.
I think you sort of like hear Alia's like, the sheets move and just sort of like bare feet on the wood before she says anything. And you can almost like feel her presence behind you, like sunlight, as she sort of like cranes over, still like hair, a little bit of a mess, like a big robe sort of like pulled around her, and we'll just, what's that?
Oh, hi. Morning.
Sorry. Good morning.
Just recounting yesterday. Kind of turns to her and is like, looks like a kid at Christmas, and is like, I think I'm doing it.
Doing it.
Doing like the friend thing, like what we've been, working on. I think Luca yesterday kind of pulled me aside and I would tell you what we spoke about, but I can't because it was a private conversation between friends, and
Right.
because that's
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to intrude on a privileged friend conversation.
Right. Yes, because I have those now.
You do have that?
Yeah.
Good. I'm proud.
Thanks.
I mean, you had such a long and busy day yesterday. The fact that you found time to make a friend, I mean, look at you go.
Right, yes. Well, you know, never enough time to make new friends, right? Anyway, yeah, I think it's good. It's I'm going to be working on this missing persons plural cases. And Luke is going to help me.
Plural.
We are a team. We are a duo.
Right.
And yes.
Persons plural? Or is that part of the friendship?
Yes. Well, kind of stumbles a little bit and notably avoids that I. No, well, the pirate yesterday is also involved in all of that.
Right.
Hence
The pirate who broke into our room and held you at knife point. Just to make sure I have the right
again. Didn't
pirate.
he hold me at night point because I just. Anyway, well, yes. No, they require my help as well.
Right. And you're helping the pirate. Great.
Yes.
Okay.
I should, right?
I mean, personally, I would only help the pirate into a prison cell, but if you feel that you should help the pirate who broke into our room and held you at knife point, then who am I to tell you that you shouldn't?
Well, it
Because
wasn't a
you
knife,
are.
It was a sword, and
That's
they
bigger,
didn't-
so that's not necessarily better.
well, they didn't use it. Regardless, I just feel if they
Mhm.
were so motivated as to seek my help that they broke into our private chambers, then they must really need it.
Sure.
And
Sure.
if
Well,
someone really needs help of that fashion, and I am the person they came to, then what should I do? I can't really delegate a task like that, can I?
I mean, you are a very capable and wise person, and I trust you. I don't trust the pirate. That's all. So just be careful that you know what you're walking into before you walk into it. But I know that you are careful, and I trust you, so I'm not worried at all. Was that good? Was that good supportive wife?
It was great supportive wife, but I understand.
Good. Okay.
You are
Just-
very you have every right to your worry.
Thank you. But regardless, I'm very proud of you for
Thank you.
everything yesterday. Yeah. It's impressive.
And I am sorry. I feel like I didn't handle it very well. Like I did the disappearing and the note.
I mean, you know, we're under a bit of duress, so I think it's okay. I don't think you have anything to apologize for.
I have a little bit of a one-track mind, you know, and
I do know this about you. It's okay. I will kind of like reach out and like put her hands on your shoulders. I'm just glad that you're safe. That's all.
yes, of course. This is not a reason to get another guard dog, by the way. We don't need one. Just one's enough.
Hmm. Oh, well, you know, I was thinking maybe I should just have Hanson follow you around just to make sure, you know, that nobody gets too close.
But he enjoys being with you so much.
Well, he does, but you know, he loves you, so he'd probably want to keep you safe, and I would carry on somehow.
Right.
I'm joking, Lark. I'm not
Okay,
gonna.
great. Cool,
Mhm.
great. Yes.
But we'll talk about another dog later. Not right now. We'll talk.
Fine. I have to speak to my father today.
Right, about the court, the woman and the.
Yes, Oliver was invited too, so should probably go
Right.
liaise.
Sure. Liaise away. I will be just shoulder deep in Monarch Ball preparations. That's.
Yes. Oh gosh.
I don't want you to worry about it. It's fine. I'm just adding your name to everything.
Right. Just anything you want to leave to me, just write it down, and I'll get to it.
Okay. I mean, yes, I will put together a short list. Not because I don't,
Doesn't have to be short.
because you are very busy. but I would love your input on everything. Speaking of which, I think I came up with the theme. How do we feel about? How I just hit my hand. That was me. How do we feel about flight of fancy? You know, everyone like wings, butterfly wings, moth things, and it's also like it's an expression for like having fun as well, which hopefully it will be. Because if not, this will be embarrassing.
No, that I
Thoughts?
love it. I love it.
Good?
Butterflies.
Yeah? Yes?
So on brand. Yes. Monarch butterflies. Haha.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your
So
name
good.
is Lark. A lark is a bird. Birds have wings. It all comes full circle, really.
So true. I don't have to wear wings though, do I? Oh, Camille's gonna have a field day. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is
okay.
true. I haven't told her yet. So if you want to break it to her, maybe
Oh,
you don't have to. Yeah,
No, she'd
if
be
you want to.
delighted, and maybe she'd be my friend too.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's all very unofficial and it's all very but I mean, I think as the official dresser of the future king of Everglen, she should know so she can start designing and thinking and things.
Right.
And dragons also. Sorry, I've really been,
Oh, that's right. We should invite. There was a Drake speaker yesterday who I accidentally may have set up with one of Luca's sisters.
right. Well, they can. Oh, I remember the academic. Yes,
Yes.
and the
Yes.
yes, yeah, sure. They can go. I mean, maybe okay, hear me out. Maybe we invite Margot, as we always do, and then we let Margot invite the academic. We give Margot a +1. So then it's like they're on a date.
Sure, but will Margot use that to, use it properly? Maybe we should just surpass it, and maybe we give them
think
both
so.
+1s, and their +1s are each other.
But then it's not really a +1, dear, because they're
Right,
both
that's more
invited.
like that's 4 people.
That is
You're
4
better
people.
at this. You can.
That's all
you can
right.
guess.
I will handle it. I will come up with a draft of a plan. If you will tell Camille, I will handle it.
Okay, I will.
Have a good conversation with your father. If you need me,
I
I'm
always
just
do.
call away. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Also, I left some tea and I had them bring it in earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good day. We'll kind of like lean in and press a little kiss to your cheek and just squeeze your arm. I will be here.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Yeah. And you can absolutely head off. Are you going to find Oliver first? Are you going right to your dad's office? What's the plan?
I'm gonna find Oliver.
Sure. Hey, Oliver. Where are you? What you
Hey.
doing? Yeah?
Probably like working. I have like a job.
You do have a job.
I didn't do shit for that job yesterday.
That's fine.
So I'm assuming I get up, I do my little morning routine, I get dressed, I head on over to my desk, which is probably like in the same vicinity as Luca's desk. I think I picked up Luca coffee as well, knowing that she'll be like a half hour later than me. But I've put it on like one of those like coasters that keeps your drink warm. So that'll still be warm when it gets there. I think I'm checking emails, and by emails I mean like sendings that we've gotten, but like I filed them away for later, so that it's like I'm checking an email.
Yeah, you can see you've got actually roll me a D8. It's for fun.
That's a 1.
1. Great. So you have 1 fantasy email in your little sending box, and it is from Dave. And the headline is following up about extra spell slot ? And it came in, you can see, like an hour ago.
I will open the email, the sending.
Yeah. You can see, we're going to say fantasy sending emails you can do your voice, because I want to do Dave's voice, because I think I'll have fun doing Dave's voice. So, I need to count the words, don't I, if it's sending. Hey, sorry, don't mean, you can also hear a screaming baby in the background. I know that's not how sending works, but it's important to me that you know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Oliver, nope, Ambrose, just checking in, don't mean to intrude, we talked about maybe getting another spell slot, and I could really use that. Baby reasons. I know you're a busy guy. Don't worry, but please, bye. That's the sounding you get.
I pick up my fantasy keyboard
Mhm.
and begin to speak into it? Question mark.
Sure.
In my perfect, flawless, 100% no notes Ambrose impression.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dave, for reaching out once again on this topic. Like I said the last 10 times, I will see about. And that's what he gets in response.
Amazing. You feel it is delivered.
Great.
You don't get an immediate response, but it is.
I close the fantasy laptop.
Excellent day of work.
I guess I put my feet up on my desk. I begin to scroll to a Tumblr.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, as one does.
So that's where Lark
Amazing.
can find me.
Hell yeah. Also, Luca, whenever you think you are up and would come into work, feel free to just walk in. I, the DM, am giving you that power. I love you.
Oh, slay. I think I love you so much. Mwah.
Love you.
I think Luca gets scared really easily, so that what happened last night like did freak her out, and I think she brings her like comforter into Margot's room and will sleep on her floor in the morning. And she's the type that has like 20 alarms, but somehow is still like always a little bit late to work, like is always rushing out the door. But I think something Luca does as well is always text Elise in the morning, like, "Are you at work?" Because that's her like older coworker. It's the older coworker with the very young coworker vibe. As she's rushing in to work. And I think she'll come in and see the coffee Oliver brought and it's just like, oh my gosh. Hi. Thank you for this.
You sound like you just ran a marathon.
Well, I did like run here because I was running late. Yeah.
You know, we really ought to work on getting that teleportation circle set up just from your room.
We need it so bad. I get up on time. It's just I lose track of the time and then.
And the commute? It's a whole 5 minutes.
I know. And it's just too much. It's too much for me. Anyways, what are you doing today? Do you have a lot to do or?
Probably not. I have a meeting with His Majesty and His Highness in like a half hour.
Oh, what about?
Yesterday, the receiving day, woman missing daughter thing. I think I'm pretty sure. Could be about anything. You never really know. That's the fun.
Yeah, that's probably it though. You probably hammer on head with that
and
one.
And then probably gonna do snooping like I normally do.
Snoopy? Yeah. You should let me know what happens in the meeting though.
If I can, and the amount of information that I can share, absolutely.
Okay.
You know,
cool.
There are some things that I'm
magically,
legally not allowed to tell you. So
yes, the NDAs and everything. I understand. Okay. I need to take down all the posters of Lark smiling weirdly because I think we're kind of gonna be best friends.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's exciting.
I know. They're not that bad.
I've been telling you that for years.
I know.
I'm glad you're opening up. He's good.
It was just sweet, and what they did for that woman yesterday, I think, was really kind. And
yeah, they're like a really, really genuinely good person.
Yeah.
Too good for this.
Honestly, if I say this, you cannot repeat it to anyone.
Scout's honor.
I think Lark would be better at being king than Amber.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to make me a stealth check because you're sitting right outside Ambrose's office, aren't you?
I'm whispering.
I'm gonna need you to make me a stealth check, babe. You're sitting outside the very scary Archfey King's office talking
It
shit
wasn't
about
bad.
him.
It was a
Okay.
17. That's
You hear with 17, you're kind of whispering this, and you don't hear like, there isn't like a thunderclap and then Ambrose is standing in the office. But you do sort of hear slightly louder Ambrose speaking to someone inside his office. Not like to you. You can't make out what they're saying, but like you can hear there are voices on the other side of the door.
okay. I think Luca, upon hearing that, looking at Oliver, is just like, okay, I need to go tell Elise about my posters, and I need to go do stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go do that. You have a good.
Yeah,
I think
I'm gonna order out for lunch if you want to do. If you want to ask Elise if she wants something, we can like do a big order.
I'll let you know.
That way we can like split the delivery fee.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. As she's like getting ready to leave, I think she's like shuffling through drawers. She's gonna take out one of her earrings and drop it in the drawer and shut it.
Sure.
And kind of play it
Absolutely, you
off
can
as
do
doing
that.
something else.
Sure.
I'm not even gonna.
Okay. Yeah, if you're fine with that, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah. And then she will head out and head towards wherever Elise is, the library archivist.
As you are walking out of the hallway, you bump into Lark.
You
Oh,
run into Lark, like you collide at a corner, and they like stumble backwards and like slam against the wall. They're like, "Oh, are you all right? I didn't see you. That's so clumsy. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Hi. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Wait, you're in a hurry?
I need to take down the posters from yesterday, and
Yes.
I didn't. Yeah. I also didn't get a chance to talk to Elise, which is it really just regulates my day if I don't. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
well, then
you had a good night.
I did.
Sleep?
Did you sleep well?
Yeah.
Look,
I slept so good.
right.
There are bags under her eyes.
Yeah, I think they kind of like their head kind of like tilts at you and just go, okay, well, take care of yourself, and they kind of like move to like pat your shoulder and then like hesitate, and then there's just this really awkward like 2 seconds where they're just holding a hand out.
She's
and then
grinning so big.
And then they like finally like just give the quickest tap on your shoulder, and they cast guidance on you. And what this looks like is a little monarch butterfly kind of materializes out of like golden dust on their fingertip, and as they kind of tap your shoulder, it lands on yours, and as soon as it touches your body, it turns into a lunar moth and kind of stays on your shoulder until you use it.
Thanks, Lark. That's quite cute.
Well, it seems to suit you.
Yeah, really matches my thing I got going on. Anyways, I think Oliver.
By the way,
Yeah,
that was
I expect
me.
No, I
nothing
saw
less.
the lean forward and I knew.
I think Oliver's gonna order lunch, and I think that will bring me up
Oh, good. Well, enjoy.
a level. But yeah, have fun talking to the king.
Sure. Have fun with lunch.
I will. All right, Lark. I'll see you later. She'll tap your shoulder without hesitating, and then head down the hall.
Cool. Walks up to Oliver. Is so pink.
Hey,
Hi. Good morning.
morning.
What do you How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well.
You run into Luca on her way out?
I did. Yes. Yes. She's also very well. Well, she's great. I think.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. We chatted this morning.
Right.
On
because
her way out.
she works at
She
there.
came
and-
from here.
Yes.
to
Yes.
leave.
And right.
And
yeah.
I was here.
Yes. And you two are friends. Yeah.
Yeah, here. So are you two?
Is that? Did she say that? Is that what
Yes.
she said?
Yeah.
then it must be true.
Look at you. You've
Yes.
doubled your friends in one day.
Yes.
I feel less special now.
What? Oh, no.
I'm kidding.
That's-
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't. I love this for you.
Okay, great.
You know, and I think this is the first time Oliver has invited you into this part of their life. We're doing a lunch order.
Yes, I heard. What are you ordering today?
Oh, well, there's this small little cafe in Acorn that we do delivery.
Oh,
So I'll send you the
deliver
menu.
who? I heard. You know where they deliver with owls?
Oh yes, Flutter Eats.
No, deliver who?
Take a point of inspiration for that, Jess. You absolute madman.
Anyway, I'll text you the menu. If you want to join the group order, let me know.
You'll text me.
The menu.
Okay. You want me to order for you?
No. If you want something, I'll order it for you, and then we'll get it. And then we all eat lunch together. It's like me and Luca and Elise, and you can come eat lunch with us if you'd like.
Oh.
Oh, to hell
well,
with it. I'll probably invite Cammy too.
Sure. Yeah. Great. Because I actually have something to tell her.
Cammy?
Okay.
Elise? Luca?
Mentally walks back. Camille. Yes.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yes.
Well, I'll invite her to lunch then. Already texting.
Okay. Great. Yes. What time?
Lunch time?
So noon?
Sure.
Half noon?
Yeah, whatever. Whenever it gets here.
When will it get here?
I haven't ordered it yet. I don't know.
Right, of course. No. Yes. Right. Okay. I'll just hang around then. Well, I can't actually because I have some. I'll come back. I'll come back at noon, and then if it's not ordered, then that's fine. And if it is, that's fine.
If there's a certain time frame that we're working with, just let me know, and I can adjust to fit
No,
your time frame.
no. Easy. Whenever.
Okay, great.
Sure. Okay.
Kind of like kicks out the seat that's on the other side of his desk. If you want to wait for.
I think like catches it and like scoots it back under for you.
No. If you want to sit and wait for.
Oh. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Sits like rigid, hands on the knees, like. Any
what?
Anything new on the phone on the I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't really look because
I've told you about Dave. You know about Dave?
I have heard about Dave. Yes.
Well, for some reason, he just doesn't really quite understand that he's not going to get another spell slot. He's just not going to.
Why?
Oh, because. Well, I don't really make the decisions, do I? But the executive decision is that he's not going to get another spell slot because he has not been contributing enough and upholding his part of the deal. Which is fine, because he has, 5 babies.
Wow, that's a lot.
I don't actually think he has.
Oliver, you feel another sending come through.
Oh god. I opened the fantasy laptop. That might be
That's
Dave.
Dave. It is Dave. Yeah, and you hear, "Hey, listen, I don't mean to tell you how to do your job. I know you're real busy. The babies really need major image instead of minor. So if you could follow up," and it cuts off.
Okay, Locke, you're smart. You have a brain. Yes?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Why on Everglen would a baby need major image?
Well, if they were a spellcaster and they wish to use it, then
Maybe it's not the warlock. Stay.
right. Well, maybe Dave wishes to use Major Image as like a entertainment for the children, you know, like moving pictures and such.
Fair point.
Maybe it's not for the baby to use, but to be used for the baby.
I like where your brain is. Give me one moment, please. Pulls out a flawless Amber's impression. Dave. I've reflected. And I am willing to consider, in return, please collect sand, ink, and a quill from a sleeping bird. Spell soon after.
It's quite uncanny how you do that.
Oh, practice.
What are the components for?
Oh, nothing.
Just no reason.
No, sometimes I just like to give them little tasks.
Okay.
You
Right.
can insight check if you'd like, because he's lying to you.
Oh. Okay.
I know that I just passed my persuasion check, but he is lying to you.
That just seemed like something Oliver would do, so I didn't question it. It's a 23.
I rolled a 19 plus 13, so a 32. Bards, baby! Yeah, just a bunch of shit.
Alright.
Closes the laptop again. Go back to texting Camille.
Sure. Tell us what the text says, and we'll pop on over to Camille as they get it.
Hey, Cammy. Lunch plans? Question mark.
Hey, Camille, tell us a little bit. What do you think you're up to this morning? Where you get this text?
Yeah, I think that. God, I think that Camille woke up very early. Woke up with the sun.
Mhm.
Did their prepping for her spells for the day.
Mhm.
I don't think she's like remixed any spells this morning, but she's
Sure.
like prepped a couple of just like mage armor and a couple of things just in case, because she's going into unknown territory with the Inquisitors is her plan today. But in the
Mhm.
morning, I think she has to meet up with sorry, my chair is squeaky, so and I have
That's
to sit
okay.
in a gay way, so if you hear a lot of squeaking, that's what that is. I think that she has like a dress rehearsal for like her presentation of the little acorns that they
Mhm.
made. So she's with the other dressers that help put the clothes on. And
Sure.
so basically what you hear is what like the song that's like, y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. That's what's playing. And they're all
Uh-huh.
just, like doing a little routine to like there's like a fake or stand-in for Lark and a stand-in for Alia. And they're putting on the little things, and like the dressers are coming on and like doing on the right beats and whatnot, like turning the acorn top to like make the outfits kind of reappear. And people are a little offbeat, so Camille's like, stop, please, run it again, come on, run it back, please. So she's doing that with her morning, and I think she actually while you're texting her, she's creating her own text as well, that she's sending out to someone. Let me see. I typed it somewhere. Let me pull it up. I love having 30 million tabs open. I think it's a good way to run your life.
Shaking your hand. Shaking your hand.
So yes, this text says, good morning, Viscountess Marigold. I'm excited to get back to your gracious invitation with my schedule. Oliver and I will be free tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and next Thursday possibly with some finagling. Please do get back to me in good time. so that I can have enough time to prep the ingredients for my roast. Talk to you soon, Camille.
You send that, and I think like a couple seconds passes, and you can see that it like the read receipts are on. You can see that it's read. You do not receive a reply for the next handful of minutes.
Perfect. I think she like sees the red receipt, like it's red, and like a minute or so popped up. She goes, "Stump them, good." and so, and then that's when Oliver's text comes through.
Hey, Cammy, lunch plans? Question mark.
Oh my goodness. What's for lunch?
Well, we're ordering from. I can't. Someone has to help me come up with a cafe name.
You got it. You got it.
We're what's like a
The-
fantasy?
The cafe, but it's spelled Fae like the Fae one.
Oh, yeah.
Cute.
Nice.
Well,
Take some DM inspiration for that, Mara, because my brain was not having it. Yeah.
We're ordering from the Acorn Cafe. You know, the place with the really, really good pastrami sandwiches.
Yes, I love their paninis.
Yes.
I'd love to.
Yes. And it's going to be Lark, Luca,
Mm-hmm.
also Elise, because I feel weird not inviting her,
Of course.
and you and me.
I love it.
And then I
Yes.
figure we can spend the afternoon. ... Winky face.
I would love to. ... Kissy face.
Meet us
Perfect.
in the break room at like a fashionably late noon.
Perfect. Suits me fine. Perfect. Sends
Love
that.
you. Kiss, kiss. See you later. And then I think Lark has like a hot pink Motorola and closes it.
Incredible. Camille, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think you have different holo transmitters for your identities? Do you think they all go to one? What's sort of the
Not
energy
coming with
here?
a trap phone.
I think for sure, because if they had the same number for,
Sure.
it would just
Sure.
lead back to them so easy. So yeah,
Mhm.
I think they do have different little phones. I think that's funny. I love that.
Sure. So then, do you think you carry your Arcane Inquisitor one on you?
Yeah, it's in her little caboodle, her little bag of holding caboodle.
You hear it begin to go off in your caboodle.
Oh, okay.
I just need to know, do you think Camille has a ringtone? Do you think it's on vibrate? This isn't important to anything. I
think
want to know.
her phone.
It's so
she tricks
important.
me.
It's very important to me.
I think her personal phone has a ringtone.
Sure.
But I think the other ones are probably like a standard little one, because I don't like a little buzzing, probably, because I don't think she would want too much
Oliver's
attention to that.
ringtone, like in Camille's phone, is set to like 4 bars of "Call Me Maybe" instrumental.
Slay. Incredible. Sorry, I forgot that I have to talk now. It's I love when my brain works. Yeah, so you kind of then hear that coming from your caboodle.
Oh, okay. Run it again from the top, please. And I think she like puts the music up. I want you to know, like, over this music, there's like inspirational like recording words that Camille's like, it's like innovation, creation, like, going over the fucking music. She turns it up and like walks out the door, and opens the phone.
Yeah. So you see on your holo transmitter, you have received. It feels weird to say fantasy email because we just sort of established a different kind of fantasy email, but you know what I mean. From High Inquisitor Kivara Truthseeker, who you are not in frequent contact with. This is like the top of the Arcane Inquisitors. And you can very clearly tell this was something that was sent to pretty much every Arcane Inquisitor. And it says, "Good morning, all. Please consider this fair notice that something occurred at the gatehouse late last night. Because of this, the gatehouse is locked down for any and all non-essential inquiries, research, or other information. I cannot detail in this memo exactly what happened, as the subject is highly sensitive. However, please rest assured that all of the Inquisitors are doing all due diligence to discover what went wrong and how to fix it. if you need anything, please feel free to contact your supervisor or any Inquisitor with a moment to spare. Thank you for your patience. High Inquisitor, Kavara Trace Seeker. And it has like the official seal of the Inquisitors on it.
Oh, shit. Okay, so from this, can I...
Mhm.
Does that mean that Camille's persona at the rank that they are at does not have access to this anymore?
You would get the sense that like you can go to the gatehouse. You don't know how much like you'll be able to do in the gatehouse.
Right.
But like normally the gatehouse is a like 70% kind of open space where like some areas are locked down, but a lot are just kind of open for anyone in the castle who needs something to come in and out. You know, it's usually like bustling with activity. So you think like you could go, you don't think you would get in trouble for going, but like, and you would also know getting shot down like this does not happen. You have never seen this happen. You have never heard of this happening.
Okay. I think she has one phone and she pulls out her second phone, her main line. She texts Oliver and she's like, "Did you just get that message?"
What message?
Oh fuck, I'll show it to you at lunch. And she puts her phone back.
Wait, no, come back. Come back. It's just, come in, baby. Come in, baby. Come in, baby. Just again and again and again. It's just like, don't stop. Come back. What are you doing? No, no, no.
I'm here. Oh God, I'm here. I'm sorry. The there's a message that was sent out to all the Inquisitors. You said that you had an Inquisitor persona, so I just assumed.
Yeah,
that
I pretend to be them, but they're a real person. It's not someone that I made up.
Oh, so you took over somebody else?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Got you.
Yeah,
I made my own little guy.
Oh, yeah, I know. You're a little guy. I'm a big guy.
Well, we don't have to compare sizes now.
Well, no, not like title, like Inquisitor.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Like capital I Inquisitor.
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I have something to show you at lunch.
Okay, great. Love you.
Perfect. Love you. Perfect. She snaps both phones. Close. Puts them into her bag. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what she does.
We're gonna pull back from here and zoom in on our good friend Luca as you are walking to find Elise. Luca, you get like, I don't know, maybe 10 steps down the hallway, and in your ear that still has the earring, you hear, "Oh my God, girl, you are not gonna believe how awkward it is in there right now. Like I almost like go back and get me, but also don't because it's like a train wreck. I don't have eyes, so I've never watched a train wreck, but like I've heard an expression that they're fun to watch, and I just, yeah, girl.
Can her name be Jewel?
Yeah.
Okay. Jewel.
Yeah.
I need you to take a breath in between your sentences.
Girl, I'm an earring. I don't have lungs.
Okay. What are they talking about? Are they saying anything important?
Like,
or...
I don't. Oh, it's like kind of boring, but it's just kind of fun because it's so clear they're nervous. So the one that was like super nervous last night. It's the same two that were having the conversation last night. So like, it's super hard for me to differentiate them.
Lark and Ollie. Yeah.
Lark and Ollie. Okay. Is Lark like the nervous one?
Yes, very scary.
Cool. So they're doing it again. They're nervous again. Basically, like they're just talking about how like cool you are and how like fun you are and like how much they love having you as like a best friend. Which I'm a little jealous, but like, you know, I get it. I get it, girl. You have a lot of friends, and not just me, and it's fine. But you know, I'm just saying, I get to live on your ear anyway.
Yeah, you're with me all the time, so
I am. They can't say that. So they're just sort of like talking about how. And then like the one Ollie, right? That's the guy with the like weird little thing.
The bird
that lives on his.
Yeah,
sure. Okay, I'll take your word
Jeffrey.
for it. I'm not gonna remember that. Jeffrey doesn't talk, so
fine.
I'm not interested. But so then I almost called him Jeffrey. Yikes. Ollie was like checking like his little email, and I guess like some weird guy keeps like calling him trying to get like help watching his babies, and he's got apparently like 15 of them, and he wants to like do magic. I think he wants to like teach them to do magic, but they're like babies. Like babies can't do magic, I think. Probably. Again, I'm an earring, not that I would know.
Jewel, is there anything like of substance, like was Ambrose mentioned or anything like
I mean like it sounds like they have like a No, I mean, just like that when you said that guy shouldn't be king or whatever, which like, scandalous, but I'm not gonna judge. I don't know.
Don't tell anyone.
now they're like making lunch plans or something, and they just sort of
Yeah.
like it's like I think it's like really rude to leave your holo transmitter like on high volume and just sort of like let it keep going off, and it's just sort of like playing the same part of this song over and over, and I don't know, I've heard it.
Ollie loves that singer. So.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. Okay, well, awesome. If you could, like, when they start the meeting, try to.
So, girl, you put me in a drawer. Like, I
know, but
can't.
it's close to
Oh, you want me to like listen
door.
through the door?
Yes.
Okay, you got it. They're like, there's like 3 people in there talking right now. Do you want me to tell you about that? Because I can sort of like hear it, I guess.
Yeah. Of course.
Right, I can say that in the item. Wait, let me look at the item. I did say that, right? That I can hear through some material before I just super
Please.
lie to you. Wait, homebrew. Sorry, give me 4 seconds. I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure that I said it can hear through some materials. Where's the guy? Let's see. Earrings of Intrigue. Can hear clearly from as far as 120 feet away, as well as through many, but not all surfaces. Yeah, there's a crack under the door.
Slay.
We established you could hear the voices through, so I think it's only fair that Joel can hear the voices. Amazing.
That's true.
Cool. Okay, yeah. So there's like this guy who really sounds like he doesn't want to be there, but he's the guy who you like normally hang out with or whatever. That's the guy that you think is like a bad king or whatever and should lose his job.
Right.
So that guy's like,
right. Okay.
okay, not of me. I'm just an earring, but okay. Yep. And so there's like that guy, and then there's like this other guy, and he's talking a lot about like guard rotations and like stuff, and then there's this other person in there who I think does like a lot of magic. First they were talking about how like this random little rat guy, I guess, like broke into the nervous guy's room and like totally tried to kill him or something, and how that was super embarrassing for the like grumpy army guy, and how they're like totally gonna have to fix it, and oh my god, the king like really gave him like he's like really giving him words about it, you know what I mean? Because it was like embarrassing.
Yeah.
And then I guess like I think it was like a different person, but I guess they were saying that like this guy, like another guy, maybe the same guy, I don't really know, and I don't think they do either, like broke in to the magic person's like house or whatever where all the magic is, and like I don't know, took something like super important. Like they're all really stressed. Like they sound like they're gonna throw up about it, honestly. And like the magic person kind of sounds like that too. And they were saying it was like some like dude, I guess, who like used to be friends with the magic lady and like work with her and stuff. And then I guess like was poking his nose around and like rooting around and was like being super, super nosy. And then like I guess like got kicked out or something and then like left forever. It was super embarrassing. And I guess he like came back for like a revenge villain arc, which is kind of sly if you ask me. And then like took something that's super, super, super important to the king that you think is a bad king. And now they're all like really stressed about it, and they're really stressed about people finding out because I guess whatever they took is like super, I mean, not as cool and powerful as me, but I guess like really cool and powerful. Something called like, wait, let me, Thread Weaver. Does that like ring any bells to you?
James doesn't ring a bell to me.
I think without a roll, no.
No. No, they stole this object called a thread weaver, or
no, like I guess it has a name or something. Maybe it's like how my name is Jewel. Like that thing has a name. I mean, I think Jewel's a better name, but like whatever.
Yeah, Jewel's a really
so they're like super stressed about it, and they're super stressed about the little rat man. But it's okay because I guess the little rat guy is like in the like dungeons beneath the castle or whatever. So, but I don't. They like they've been asking like the little rat guy in the dungeons about the Threadweaver thing, and I guess they're like acting like they don't know, and they can't tell if he's serious or not because I guess he's being like kind of an asshole.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what they're talking about.
Cool. Jewel, cool.
Yeah?
That's great work. Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you. You know, like I feel like this isn't a criticism, but I just feel like you don't tell me I do a good job enough, and so like it really means a lot that you're giving me that feedback.
You
because
do
sometimes
really
I just
job.
like don't know. Do I?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
girl,
I mean,
I'm gonna cry, but I'm an earring, so I don't have tear
cry,
ducts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're doing great.
Like inconvenient. Thank you. You're doing great. By the
You
way,
think
those pants
so?
today, slay. Your ass looks so good.
Thank you. I needed to hear that because I feel like I'm about to throw up everywhere. Okay.
Oh my god, why are you gonna throw up?
There's just a lot going on, girl. Like honestly. So
I'm
anyway.
I like did not mean to overwhelm you. I'm real sorry about
No,
that.
you're not overwhelming me. You're doing so good.
Okay.
Okay.
You sound overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Did you like
Okay.
put your eye cream on this morning? Because like if you keep worrying like that, you're gonna get like I mean like there's nothing wrong with wrinkles. It's just you're like really young. So
Okay. Jewel, I don't need the criticism.
No, it wasn't a criticism, girl. I'm trying to help you.
Okay. You are doing a great job. You keep listening.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Okay, I will.
We'll chat soon. I'm gonna go
Okay.
I'm gonna go talk to someone else and then we'll rendezvous in my ear when you
Ooh, that's a good word. Rendezvous.
Yeah, rendezvous. Okay.
Okay, well I'll see you soon, Luca.
Okay.
Love
Bye,
you.
Jewel. Love
See
you.
you back.
Okay.
Thank you.
I love you
Okay,
too,
bye.
Jewel. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. And I think with that, we're gonna take our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for, I don't know, some more normal things to happen that make all of my cast look like I broke into their house and stole their pet. I love you all very much. See you in just a few minutes. Get a snack. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back. What just happened to my voice? Don't worry about it. I hope you had a nice snack, a nice little drink. We're going to pick up pretty much where we left off, and we're going to pick up with our close, good friend, Elise. Elise, you woke up this morning feeling so refreshed, so well rested, and with just a faint scent of lavender in the air for only a moment. What are you doing this morning? Also, you get a text, right? Luca texted Elise. Did I make that up?
Yes.
You have a text from Luca.
Read the text.
It says,
Like,
"Are you
as
at
I'm getting
work?"
ready.
And also, I feel like Lucas sends like a voice memo, like a podcast in the morning as she's getting ready to release.
Mhm.
Like, oh my god,
Perfect.
I'm so fucking tired. Like, yeah.
You get a response from Elise that's like, "Hi Luca, comma, new paragraph. Yes, ... I am at work. Period.
Dot,
Do you
dot,
need
dot,
something?
dot.
Question mark. Come see me, boomer ellipsis." And then another paragraph, and then like dash Elise. As a response, and then you get like an accidental voice memo sent that's like 5 seconds of just like, shit, what? And then it like cuts off. Yeah, and I'll just like get
Incredible.
ready for work and head down to my office, kind of put myself back together. I usually have to put, Lise has to do a little bit more because her nights are not usually so peaceful to like make herself look refreshed, but it's a lot easier this morning. So just kind of gets ready and heads out to go meet Luca.
Amazing. I would say probably pretty shortly after arriving at your office. Luca, you arrive as well.
I think Luca walks in and just kind of like sprawls out on the floor and just lets out this heavy sigh, like, Elise, you will
Good
not
morning.
believe everything that's happened. Good morning. You look really nice.
Thank you.
You always look nice, but you just look like, I don't know. Did you put makeup on or?
Luca,
Yeah.
make me a perception check if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is a 16 plus 1, 17.
17. The pin that Elise wears at like their collar, it's different today. It's a blue butterfly.
Did you get a new butterfly thing? Is that what's different?
Look down at it like, yes, old colleague from the Kalaran Institute sent it as a congratulations on the promotion kind of gift. So I just thought I would wear it today. It looks so much like my old one, but blue, right?
Yeah, it's nice. It's yeah. It's different, but
Anyways,
it's nice.
what happens with you?
Oh my gosh, Elise, last night was so crazy. My sister took us to go see some baby dragons, and Lark came, and Oliver, and Camille, and then Lark and I are kind of like friends now, and I know I've like made fun of them before, but honestly, he's not that bad. And, oh my gosh, Elise, someone broke into Lark's room last night?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
With a knife.
Is Lark all right? What do you mean?
I guess so. Still acting the same. I don't know. It was wild. It was wild. And don't tell anyone I told you this, but they're holding some person underground in the dungeons.
Is this? Are these two separate instances, or is it the person from Lark's room is in the dungeon?
That would make more sense, but I'm not sure. But now that you say that, yeah, probably, but I'm not sure. Anyways,
yeah, wild night. It sounds like, but that is good. You're supposed to go out and do things when you are young. So I'm glad you were out with.
I'm
people.
certainly doing things. Yeah. What did you do? You disappeared last night. I didn't get to talk to you at all. So
I just went home to bed, organized the reports from the meeting, and had a quiet night in.
okay. Do you want to get lunch today?
Sure. Yes, we can get lunch today.
Are you okay? You seem good. You just are.
No, I'm fine. I'm good. It's
Okay.
it's always a lighter day after one of these things where people come and ask for things from the king, because then it's less. All my assistants and such are able to handle all of those transcribings, and I just kind of hang out.
Yeah,
So-
but what about the woman? I thought you'd be that woman who came in and was talking about how their daughter went missing and all of that. Dreaming.
Yes, it is that poor woman. But I don't think it's anything we need to worry about, right? It's just Locke seemed
Right.
pretty willing to help out, so that's good. So maybe I can offer some assistance from like looking at records of stuff. But I don't really think we have
You
that many
should.
records of the dreaming, so it would probably not be that helpful.
Well, could you try to find some? Because me and Lark are kind of like working together on it right now.
Oh.
Lark asked for my help. Yeah.
Well,
so
I suppose if the Crown Lord is asking for me to look into it, I would be obligated to, in that case.
yeah.
You could keep me aware of your findings, I will keep you aware of mine, and it'll be a little group.
Or like another
project.
duo. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you look into the dreaming and then you tell me what you find.
Yeah, of course.
Agree? Okay. Okay.
Yes. Is there anything you know about it offhand, if you and Luck are already working on it together?
No, not really. So gonna try to find some stuff out. You know what I was thinking, Elise, and I know you're gonna tell me not to do this, okay? So just hear me out. What if we
Elise
went...
instantly ages like 10 years as you say that. It's like,
Don't make that face. Don't make that face. Listen. What if we went into the dungeon?
to
It could be fun, right?
I assume to like go accomplish a task, not just like, hang out.
Yeah.
Like eat lunch there. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard some things, sometimes I hear some things, and I think, like I said, they have the guy trapped down there, and I am just a little eager. I want to see what he looks like. You know?
You have a crush on an intruder? Is
No.
that do they still call it those crush?
A crush?
Is that like yeah, do they still call it that? When you
Yeah,
like...
but I don't have like a crush. I just want to see the person who had the
Oh.
if it is the person who threatened Lark, the balls to do it, You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
You
of course,
you
no.
agree? You think that'd be fun?
I would. If you're going to do it, I would rather you have. And forgive me for saying this, adult supervision when you do it.
I understand. That's fine. That's fine. Even though I am technically an adult.
Yes, you are, and a very capable, confident adult. Yes,
I am. Okay.
but
I was sure you were gonna shoot me down. At least if I'm being honest.
well, like you said, I'm feeling
Feeling good?
happy today. Yeah, feeling good. So yes, we can do this.
Oh, have you also? Okay, one last thing, and then I'm just gonna hang out with you today. Honestly, I'm kind of tired.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a thread weaver?
Have I ever heard of a thread weaver?
Make me a history check. I'll say with advantage.
I know me, the human guy has. Okay, 12.
Can't imagine why.
Definitely not on Titty Moon. History, so that's 12 plus 11
You're right,
for
it's definitely not.
23.
23. Yeah, I think what you know about Threadweaver is about what most people who would have any idea what that is know about Threadweaver, and that it is rumored to be an incredibly powerful magical artifact that used to be wielded by the gods and since has sort of been like handed down and bounced around all around the galaxy. I think you would remember reading some collection of years ago that I can't do the math, so just imagine how many years ago it was. It was reported stolen from the Spinsters of Efrista, which is the like girl boss mafia group that runs Titty Moon. And I think you would sort of know that like it hadn't really been heard of since then, and I don't think that you even really knew it was on Everglade. But you would just know there's like a lot of sort of like fables and stories among people who research highly magical items and like folklore and myth specifically about its powers being able to like change reality in some way or like affect mortality. There's a lot of different reports on what it can do. Nobody really seems to know.
Sure.
But yeah. But it's been years since anyone heard of, well, that you know of.
Yeah. It's a I have heard it's a very powerful weapon. It went missing some years ago. I believe stolen, but I don't know much more about it beyond it is a fabled weapon. Why?
No reason. I was just curious. I overheard people talking about it and I didn't know what it was, so I thought I'd ask you because you know everything. Yeah.
I hardly know everything, but yes, no, sorry, I don't know more. Who is talking about it? Do they need a job as an archivist? Because I feel like it is not a commonly known thing.
I don't know.
Understaffed.
I could ask them. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, of course.
We will go snooping. I need to clear my schedule this evening. And then...
Right.
Oh, I'm so excited. We're gonna go on an adventure. Okay.
Yes. Is are you going to bring the others? The group? Or is this just an us thing?
This might be an us thing because Oliver and like they are like the higher ranking than us, and I feel like they'd have some obligation to, and I say this with all the love in my heart, at least like really, to snitch or tell us not to, because I really thought you were going to be the one to tell me that this wouldn't be like the smartest idea, but I got one yes, so I'm not really going to ask other people for a yes if I got one.
Well, yes, Stitches get something. I don't remember the phrasing, but yes. Yes,
Stitches. Yeah.
Stitches. Like,
so
I am in
close.
Stitches. I am laughing so much.
Yeah, you got it. That was really good. Yeah.
Okay. I think Elise kind of goes to her desk and like pulls out a notebook, and it's just like full of like sayings that Luca has said that like the young people are using, and just kind of like writes it down like a dictionary definition. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Right.
I'm just gonna lay here for a minute. I'm so tired.
Do you want the pillow?
No, this is good. It's good for my back. Yeah.
Alright. Take care. I'm gonna leave Luca's laying on the floor of my office, I guess.
Hell yeah. We will kind of pull back from there then and return to... So true. Alright. No, it's okay. Are you squishing me like a bug?
No, there was a little bug on the wall and I squished him.
I thought you were trying to squish me. Okay, anyway.
No.
We will return to just outside of Ambrose's office, where two brothers, are sitting and waiting. Both of you are here for like probably honestly a good like 10 minutes before the door opens. And you see sort of like walking out of the doorway and then like very clearly pausing when they see both of you is a dark red tiefling with these large spiral horns that are just adorned in like thin chains and like small hanging like very clearly magical gems. Their eyes are pure arcane silver. They have very soft features, square shoulders. And they are wearing a deep blue coat with a shining gold badge in the shape of like a sunburst, emblazoned with an intricate knotwork oak tree and some words in very archaic Sylvan. This is High Inquisitor Kavar Truthseeker. You would both know this. and they sort of stop in the doorway and regard both of you, instantly seeing you, Lark, like, their head kind of bows and goes, Your
Immediately
Highness.
stands also, like, I think as soon as the door even, like, the door handle started to move, they're, like,
they're
clambering
both
up and,
up,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Sure. Your
Yeah.
Highness, I apologize, I didn't know you were here. And, Sir Treeborn, good to see you as well.
A pleasure.
I trust-
Truth Seeker?
Yes.
High Inquisitor Truth Seeker? What did we call her?
High Inquisitor.
High Inquisitor.
High Inquisitor.
Pleasure is
Yeah.
always High Inquisitor.
Kind of eyes return back to you, Lark. I trust that you are safe and well.
I'm not even gonna insight check that. I think, like, Lark gets a little bit uncomfortable and is like, oh, cat's out the bag. And is like, I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
And yourself?
Glad to hear. I am busy, as always. But that's all right. If there's, I'm a bit, frazzled.
Can I do a vibe check?
Yeah, do an insight check.
I have this expertise in insight. It feels silly not to.
So
use
true.
it.
No, please listen. The amount of times that I have spammed insight checks in Crow Lane, you can return to me tenfold. If anyone gets it, I get it.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm
What?
told that people are having a hard time hearing me.
Oh God.
It's a 24.
24. With that, you can kind of see that, like, Kavara is, I think, from what you know about Kavara is very much someone who is, like, in this position because they earned it and not necessarily because they are good at politics or have a poker face. Like, this is just one of the most gifted wizards and magic users in, honestly, the galaxy, but especially in Everglen. And so I think it is very clear to you that Kivara is trying to keep it together and trying to remain professional and is so stressed, and honestly, from the bags under their eyes, probably did not get any rest last night. I'm a bit absent-minded. Sorry?
I'm just gonna hold that.
Sure. A bit absent-minded at the minute, but I trust that should you require anything, you always know that you can reach out to me or any of my inquisitors for aid.
Of course, and the same goes to you. We shall keep you no
Thank you.
longer.
Thank you. I believe they are ready for both of you.
They?
Yeah. I think
Oh.
at the day, Lark kind of glances out to the room and then glances at
Yeah.
Oliver and is like,
Right. I can see that I'm gonna have a good day
Have a
already
good
walking
one.
backwards. Thank you, you as well. Okay. I just, like, speed walks out of the room. The door's open.
I think Lark kind of looks at Oliver. Oliver, you can see the shutters kind of coming down as, like, Lark's persona completely takes over, and it's something
Mhm.
you've seen many times before, where they kind of go from their natural state, which is weird and bumbling and cannot hold a conversation to save their fucking life, to weirdly put together and quite charming and seemingly very sure of themselves. But you can see just as, like, the last thing to disappear is the little bit of a help me look in their eyes as they kind of look at you, but they straighten and they kind of turn
So
towards
before you turn away,
the door.
I
Yeah.
think that, the two of them have known each other for a very, very long time. And I think that they have developed, like, some, like, signals to each other, or, like, they're in situations where they need to communicate something but they don't want to. And so what I want Oliver to be communicating is the equivalent of, like, that TikTok sound that's going around right now that's like, she's so brave, she's well behaved, she is not afraid. But, like, instead of, like, sitting and singing that, Oliver just, like, takes a deep breath in and does 3 nods in a row, and I want to give you a die of bardic inspiration with that.
Beautiful.
I love that. On your shoulder, Lark, you can see, on Oliver's shoulder, you can see Joffrey just looks at you and gives a nod, and
the fringe swing.
Yeah.
Inspiration.
Yeah.
And I kind of, like, put my hand out, like, after you.
Does a little bit of a softer bow of thank you and walks into their dad's office.
I
Absolutely.
will follow behind.
I figured you were coming. Yeah.
Actually, I got other things to do.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You can maybe go get a bagel from the bagel shop, you know.
The cafe, yeah.
So true, yeah. It's like, no, you're not allowed. I'm railroading. Anyway, so the two of you absolutely can walk into this room. You can see already, like, on one side of the desk is Ambrose seated with, like, hands folded on the desk, dressed in, like, a very, like, dark blue kind of outfit. A little, just slightly less formal than usual. Ambrose is not someone who gives off stress very often. If he was capable of it, you would get the sense this was an indication that maybe he's a teensy bit stressed at the moment. And standing across from the desk, very clearly like in the process of also leaving, but was like exchanging a few last words. You see a figure that both of you also know. This is a member of Ambrose's Privy Council. Viscount of Defense Elias Aegis uses he, fair pronouns. He is a like grizzled and scarred satyr with one twisting ram horn that is capped entirely in gold where it was broken off, dressed very clearly in like the simplest, most comfortable finery that one can get away with passably as a member of the Privy Council at court, but also as someone who is just very much a soldier and a guard and doesn't want the pomp and circumstance. But he can't just show up in slacks necessarily. And you see Elias is sort of like turning from Ambrose and looks at you, Lark, and you can just see like I don't want to say regret, but like almost shame, I think, on his face as he looks at you and instantly does a hugely deep bow and will cross the room and just say, Your Highness, forgive me, I wanted to apologize personally on behalf of each and every one of the guards and the knights who were supposed to be on watch last night, and for myself as well. I truly understand if you cannot forgive me. It is a great shame that this villain was allowed into your personal rooms, and I am personally launching an investigation on every single guard who was on watch and every single guard who was not, to make sure that this was not some kind of inside job or anything. Please rest assured that you are safe. I personally am taking a watch outside of the royal wing this evening, and the villain is locked up in the dungeons below the castle and awaiting judgment from His Majesty. I truly cannot apologize enough.
What is this person's title again?
This is the Viscount of Defense.
And their name is?
Elias Aegis.
So would they be like a sir or like a lord? Or not a lord?
I can tell you in just, and not a lord. This would be
right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Lark kind of allows them to make their apology, doesn't kind of interrupt them, but like as they kind of trail off, just kind of like gives them like a really genuine smile and just says,
Sure.
Viscount, I accept your apology, but there's really nothing to forgive here. There was no harm done, and I'm very well.
You are most kind, but it is unacceptable, regardless. But I assure you, they are very safely locked away below. And you see, like, here some of the, like, formality kind of droops just slightly from Fair Shoulders a little bit as he, like, shakes his head and goes, I mean, they were just waltzing across the grounds. Truly, we've followed a trail of orange peelings to find him. It was ridiculous. But I assure you, weapons and I can't not have a homoerotic guy eat an orange. It's Starlight. All things have been taken from him. He is firmly in place in one of our most magical and enchanted cells. So you will not be threatened again.
Your hard work is very appreciated, as always.
You are very kind. And I think sort of from Ambrose, you kind of hear like a and Elias not bows again. I will leave all of you. Hello, Oliver. I will leave you to your business. Should any of you need anything from me, I will be in the barracks. That was me, James, forgetting what it was called. In the barracks, performing inspections. So,
Thank you, Viscount.
of course. And we'll bow a third time and then hurry out of the room. And the two of you are now alone in here with Ambrose.
I think Lark kind of like looks at Ambrose for maybe like the first time since initially bowing their like greeting, and is really trying to suppress like a look, a shade of guilt on their face, and is just really. Can I insight check Ambrose to see how they have read this apology and Lark's response to it?
Sure, absolutely.
While they're doing that, I know that Ambrose is, with it up there. However,
So true.
I do just want to do a quick scan of the office, see if anything's out of place, if it looks like anybody's listening in via device, fingernail, lock of hair, anything like that.
Yeah, I would say I won't make you roll for it. I trust you are thorough and you know what you're doing. You can pretty easily like look around the room, inspect, look for signs of magic, anything. You get the sense that nobody is listening in. From what you can see in this room, nobody is listening in. You don't sense any like magic sensors or scrying eyes or anything like that. And you would know that Ambrose, I think you would know this, I don't know why not. Ambrose, because of the nature of his position, this office is usually warded specifically against that as well.
I got a 26.
26. I think what you see in sort of like the like tightness of his jaw and the sort of like one line between Ambrose's brows is you get the sense like furious at the Viscount, so much so that it is eclipsing any thought or response to the way that you responded. You get the sense, piecing this sort of like emotion together and the response, that Ambrose like really laid into this guy not very long ago. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please shut the door and have a seat.
I think I leave Oliver to shut the door and just take a seat.
Sure.
Yeah, I will close the door, and I feel like Lark always sits on the left and Oliver always sits on the right. Like they have a routine of the way that it always goes, and they both like sit down in tandem with each other. They scooch in just like a scooch closer at the same, like it's all very routine and practiced and perfect.
Sure. Yeah, I think Ambrose with hands still folded on the desk, kind of like almost takes like a measured breath, and then we'll look up at you, Lark, very like unreadably unsteady, and you say, "Are you all right? Were you harmed?"
Not at all.
Good. And then I think you see Ambrose like hands unfold and kind of like flicks his hand, and all of you can feel the like sudden arcane hum of energy in this room. You get the sense that he has put up like an extra level of warding against anything in this room. Good. The villain in question will be judged when I deem them fit to no longer rot in my dungeons. Regardless, I am personally ensuring that that cell does not open or break. There will be no more issues with this individual.
Thank you.
If
kind of just nods at you a little bit.
If I may, it's Your Majesty, right? It's not Highness. I'm Highness.
It's Your Majesty. You're Highness. Yeah.
I get so panicked as if I'm actually talking to him.
That's okay. I promise I'm not gonna yell at you for getting the title wrong, because I know that you know.
Okay. If I may, Your Majesty, there may be some information missing from last night that I'm privy to that the guards are not.
Is that right?
I spoke with the intruder last night, and it was I who dismissed him.
I see.
I assure you I would not have done so if I believed them to be a danger to myself or anyone else in this castle.
While I respect your belief, we cannot allow one who would threaten the future king of Everglen to simply walk free after doing so. It sends a message to our enemies that can be done without punishment.
I understand. But
Pirates such as Captain Tides are ruthless. They are in it for their own gain and do not think for a moment that if given the chance, they would not take care of you if it suited them. Pirates and criminals are not to be trusted, Lark.
I think Lark kind of stares at the desk for a minute and just like lets that settle. I understand.
Good. You mentioned that you have information. Anything of interest?
I believe it is related to what we are discussing today.
I see. Well, regarding the matter at hand of this is James looking for a word. This isn't Amber's looking for a word. The woman, I was going to say the plaintiff, but that's too legal. It doesn't feel right, but I couldn't find another word. And talk of this, whatever it is that we are investigating. I trust each of you to act with the grace and dignity of the royal house, and to understand that while some believe matters vehemently, it does not make it true. Make her feel better. Ask your questions. At the end of the day, remember the path that we are on, and need to be on, supersedes fairy tales. Yes?
Yes.
Looks at you, Lark, waiting for you to answer.
I believe we can hold an impartial investigation into the matter.
Of course. Kind of leans back a little bit. It is important that we listen to our people.
Exactly.
And I trust you to be impartial and a fair judge of all things fantastical or otherwise, until the moment when it no longer proves to be beneficial to the parties involved.
I will.
Good. So, this information you've acquired. Please.
The person I met with yesterday came to me with a similar issue as the woman yesterday. A missing person.
I see.
They had been trying to contact you for a long time and was unsuccessful.
I am aware.
Well, that's about it, really. I said that I would help them, and I intend to.
Right. I would keep in mind, son, that the help that he is looking for may not be the help they are asking for. I do not think it is a coincidence that the very day that someone breaks into your chambers with some fantastical sob story is the exact day that there are other incidents around the estate.
Other incidents?
It is a very delicate matter. Something has been stolen from the royal treasury. No concern of yours. To you, Lark, specifically. You are busy with your impartial investigation.
What if the two are related?
Then it will be handled.
It's noted.
Good. Right. Should you require any resources, the High Inquisitor Truthseeker has offered to lend some low-ranking and in need of experience Arcane Inquisitors who truthfully just need a bit of time in the field to get used to protocol without actually being in any danger or honestly working towards an achievable goal. You can stop by if that is something that interests you. I leave it entirely up to your judgment and purview if that is something that you would find helpful. Also, should you need me for anything or anything that the Royal Office of the Oaks can provide for you, I am certain that Luca could make the arrangements or pass a message to me as I deal with this other incident.
Anything I can help with in that respect?
Will you make me an insight check? I would say, Oliver, you can as well.
22.
22?
Only 15.
15. Oliver, I don't think you necessarily notice anything. I think Lark with the 22, but you...
Can I silver tongue and make it a slutty 20?
Yeah, absolutely you can. Cool. So a 20 and a 22, that's just enough. I think the two of you kind of see in this moment a pause as Ambrose considers how to phrase it that very clearly comes across to you, Lark, as you can't help me. And Ambrose's eyes kind of flick to Oliver very quickly and then back to you. I imagine you'll be quite busy. Regardless, I will make sure that those close to you who need to know do. You focus on resolving this matter, so hopefully we can all go back to holding court without people wailing to all assembled about fairy and scary story.
I think Locke looks down at the table, but slightly to their right, and it's almost as if this was any other room, they'd be looking directly at Oliver and exchanging glances, but they can't do that here. But Oliver, I think you can feel it.
Oliver's eyes glued on the desk.
Sure. Is there anything else that I can assist the two of you with in this charge you have taken on?
May I ask of you something regarding the matter of last night?
Certainly.
It is my feeling that the judgment upon, and I think there's just the slightest of pauses, and they say, the villain should be my responsibility, given that it was my room they broke into, and I would, as you say, like to make sure the correct message is given to anyone else who may think that this is acceptable. And I think as heir, this is something that I should be able to handle myself and not have that taken care of for me.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage.
Don't forget you have
Oh, I know.
yeah, you got a D10.
Okay. God, this is so hard to read. Okay. Dean, persuasion, okay. And then a D10. Oh, a 10. So that's a 23 plus 10 is 33.
33. That'll do it. I think Ambrose looks at you for just a second longer than is comfortable, and this is an expression you are very used to of Ambrose like very carefully picking through your words and your tonation and your expression to sort of like sniff out what is true, what is not, what is hidden, essentially. And after a long moment of this, we'll kind of just reach over onto his desk and pull a piece of parchment over, grab a quill and dip it a little bit in an ink pot and write something on it. And you watch as he like very meticulously like grabs a bit of candle wax and pours it on, and then will like stamp it with the ring that is the insignia of the Oaks, the royal crest essentially, and will then slide it across the table to you. And you can see it has like basically is like a royal decree that you can give to anybody necessarily that you might need. And he nods and says, very well. If you feel this is something that you are able to and wish to take on, then as king, I hereby give you full power to do what you wish with the prisoner, Captain Tavia Tides. Whatever punishment you think is suitable, I will stand behind you. Within reason, of course. And should you need for any reason to question or remove or whatever you need, this document here will give the guards looking over them the authority to listen to you and only to you.
Thank you.
Just nods. Do not disappoint me in this, Clark.
I won't.
Good. Now, if there's nothing else, I suspect you have many questions to ask and things to investigate. Oliver, if I can Oliver, if I can have just another moment of your time, I would be very grateful.
Of course.
Kind of stands up and like bows to both of them. Have a good day.
Best of luck.
And then we'll leave.
Sure. Ambrose will wait until Lark is out and the door is shut and the footsteps have like faded at least or paused at least, that Ambrose is sure there's that hum of sort of arcane energy again. And Ambrose like, kind of stops and like swipes some of the candle wax off and out of the way and will just sort of very meticulously fold his hands and look back up at you, and there's something in his eye that I don't think you've necessarily seen in your memory. And I don't think you know what it is. And he looks at you and regards you almost as if he's like truly and sincerely looking at you for the first time in a long time. And he says, Oliver, what is it that you want?
That is a difficult question. Is there a specific context in which you mean to ask it?
Everyone wants something, especially in my court. There isn't a single being under my eye whose hands are not eternally grasping at something, if for no other reason than for something to do. So what is it exactly that you are reaching for? Do you want a politically convenient marriage with lands and a title fitting someone whose skill set lies so firmly amongst the finery of the estate? Perhaps a promotion? An apprenticeship with the finest craftsmen and musicians and spellcasters in all of the kingdom, the galaxy, even? Or maybe, after growing accustomed to the privileges of noble life and with all your potential, what you want most in the world is to be deposited in a carriage and return to the humble little loft from which I plucked you those years ago and live out the rest of your years amongst the simplicity of commoners' wishes and fresh spring air. Whatever it is that lies in your heart, name it. Here. Now.
Can I insight check him?
You could try.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, and I'm gonna do so good, and I'm gonna try really, and it's gonna go really well.
So true.
And that's a 19 on the die, plus
Okay.
12, so 31. And if I need
31.
I'll make it a 36 if I need to.
You can rock with 31. That's okay. There's different levels to insight checking, Ambrose, and
Okay.
a 30 is a pretty good roll.
Okay, I just, if it needs to be higher,
No, it's
it can be higher.
I think with a 30, what you get is one, Ambrose is genuinely asking you. Ambrose is genuinely like, you get the sense looking at you and cannot and has not been able to place what it is. Ambrose is very much a person, and you know this as someone who pretends to be Ambrose, essentially, right? Ambrose is very much the kind of person who can look at almost anyone and know exactly what they want. And in this moment, Ambrose is looking at you and does not know what it is and genuinely wants to know. And you don't feel like any kind of like hidden rage or like sense that this is going to become something threatening. It's just sort of a genuine like, tell me what you want. Like an opening the door to a further conversation, essentially.
May I give you 2 answers?
Of course.
I think there is a part of me that has been quietly bubbling for 13 years. That looked like a connection to where I come from. And I think there is another part of me that sometimes grows louder than that one. That wants more than anything to make my own legacy. That is truly my own. It's not that I am not grateful for the position and comfort and the connections that I've been able to make as a part of this house. It has never really felt like mine.
I see. It sounds to me like no matter which direction you may find that, you want a home. Would you say that's correct?
Yes, I would.
This morning, Oliver, sometime last night as well, an artifact of extreme importance was stolen from my home. From us. Our people, and the crown, and you, and everybody else in this court. When the sun was just starting to crest over the horizon and the day was just beginning, a thief broke into the gatehouse's most well-protected vaults where this item was being studied and stole it from its home. This item's power goes beyond that of mortal comprehension and would be extremely dangerous in the hands of anyone with ill intent. Its recovery is paramount. And more so, its quiet recovery. Right now, we are containing the rumors and sharing only with those who need to know. High Inquisitor Truthseeker has assured me the item will be recovered, but I hesitate to trust the very people who allowed it to slip from their grasp, from my grasp in the first place. But you, Oliver, you who have not failed me once in all of the many years that I've been watching you grow, you have heeded my every call and served your king and your kingdom well, and so I must ask you to do so again, if you are willing. Complete this task for me, for us, and do so before these villains are able to use it to wreak havoc in the galaxy and in our home. Should you succeed in this, and quietly, it would be my honor in assisting you, it would be my honor to assist in making a home for you, whatever that looks like to you, a reality. Do not fail me, Oliver, and you will have your home. Here, at the Lock, anywhere in between, anywhere in the entire galaxy. You are a very talented young man.
Thank you.
Will you do this for your kingdom?
I would never dream of failing you, Your Majesty. It would be my honor.
I think you see on Ambrose's face something that is really the closest to a smile that he often gets. You see there is something... To say it's soft, I think maybe goes a little bit too far in the pendulum swing, right? But something that is vaguely affectionate in his eyes, and one corner of his mouth upturns slightly. And you see he, sort of like his hands, which are still folded, kind of pull apart, and you see he grabs that quill off the table again, and lifts it so that a single drop of ink falls on the table. And where it falls on the table, it turns to gold and spreads and spreads and spreads until there is a large golden piece of parchment on the table. And I am sending in a cast chat, and I'll put it in the Discord server as well, something that if I can read it aloud if you would like to, or you can read it aloud. I know it's long, so if you'd like me to read it aloud, I can.
No, I can absolutely read it. Give me one moment.
Take your time.
I, Oliver Treeborn, do hereby swear before His Majesty King Ambrose of the Oaks, Archfey of the Eight. Ooh, who'd
We lost
lose?
Sweet.
Oh no!
This is very suspenseful, and I think that's fun. Give us one moment. We're gonna go to the break screen. We're gonna get Sweet back from the dreaming where they're lost, and then we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You can tick technical difficulties off your bingo cards. We're going to pick up right where we left off with Oliver reading this Fey contract that was just handed to them.
I, Oliver Treeborn, do hereby swear before His Majesty King Ambrose of the Oaks, Archfey of the Eight and Sovereign Protector of Everglen, to undertake all measures within my ability to retrieve the artifact Threadreaver, in the name of my king and all Fey lands within his dominion, and personally see it returned to the royal treasury with due haste. I swear to do all within my power to ensure the artifact Threadweaver remains both free of damage and unused by all beings, entities, or otherwise, with the sole exception to the latter clause being for any individual with express permission granted by the Oaken Monarch to utilize its abilities. In return for acting in His Majesty King Ambrose's stead in this delicate and dangerous matter, I gained the ability to inquire and act in his name and the name of the crown regarding the pursuit of these aims exclusively, though that those allowances may be revoked at any time without notice, should I prove to misuse them, or otherwise act in a manner that His Majesty finds unsuitable to bear the oaken crest, and that the removal of these rights does in no way alter the binding nature of the oaths made by agreeing to all other terms outlined in this arrangement. I understand that, should I fail in any of the listed charges, even if the others are completed to the letter, I therefore surrender all claim to any reward, incentive, or arrangement with His Majesty, and that any that are granted to me or sustained thereupon are due entirely to His Majesty's generosity, and not because I am owed them. However, should I uphold the vows made above and manage to deliver the artifact Threadweaver to the royal treasury while also meeting the above stipulations, His Majesty King Ambrose of the Oaks, Archfey of the Eight, and Sovereign Protector of Everglen will forthright consider all matters detailed in this contract as both efficacious and furthermore concluded, with the mark of my lifeblood below as attestation of my covenant, sworn and held in good faith of seeing my contract kept, I so forge the bonds that bind me until the moment my upheld word or my king sets me.
Thank you. Oliver, this is the contract in front of you. You can see it. You can even just feel it is made of pure magic, and the magic of it calls to every part of you that is Fae. What do you do?
So, I think Oliver feels like this is a test, right?
Sure.
I think there's a part of Oliver that's like, there's a catch, I'm being like bamboozled, and so not out of any distrust for Ambrose, because I don't believe that there is a part of Oliver that does not trust this man,
Absolutely.
but out of a appreciation for the systemic nature of contracts and agreement making. I think Oliver will do another read through of the contract and just look for anything that may bite him in the ass, that may be hidden within the lines, within the fancy wording. And like, I don't know if this is a check, if this is whatever this is, but we'll like do another scrub through of the contract before continuing on with the conversation.
I would say this is, if you would like, this can be an insight check. And I would say if you don't, you have expertise in this?
I do.
Would that be a lie? Cool. Great.
Yeah, let's do it.
And I'm going to say make it with advantage because you are the liaison to warlocks. You oversee the signing of contracts all the time, especially Ambrose's. Yes.
With advantage, that is, I rolled a 2 and a 6. I'm going to use one of my points of inspiration.
Oh yeah, please do.
Much better. What is it with me in 19s today? It's another 19 for a 31.
31. I think looking over this, you can see that one, even though the wording is very flowery and very formal, it is also far less tricky than typically the contracts that Ambrose has, just like any guy off the street sign. You get the sense that like the way in which this is written is very much an acknowledgement of the fact that you do this for him all the time and he would never want to pull anything over on you. It is upfront, it is honest, as opposed to like loopholes. I mean, obviously, like, you know, any wording of like, I swear to do all within my power is very relative. You would know that like that is binding in the sense that like, if you truly feel that it is not in your power to do something, you can get out of it. And I think you kind of feel that like that being in there is also Ambrose nodding to you as like a sign of trust, as a sign of like, I trust that you will do everything that you can to do so, but I will give you this out as a show of good faith and a show of trust, essentially. I mean, I don't think you come across anything that is like, I think the only thing that maybe sparks is like could be dangerous in your mind is the clause about being unused, as it is, you don't know where it is and it's currently, God knows where, and you don't know who has it, and you don't know anything about the artifact itself. But again, it says in your power, very relative.
If somebody's used it already, it's not like Ambrose is going to get mad at me for that, because that's not my fault or my responsibility. Right. It's more like, once I locate it, I'm not using it.
Right. Yeah. And you are not allowing anybody else that you are with.
Use it. Great.
Other than that, I think you would just note that the bit at the bottom with the mark of my lifeblood, all of that is the way that all of his contracts end. It is very formal, very archaic.
Is it a blood contract that I'm signed? Like, am I like pricking my finger and like signing with blood? Okay, great. So I think Ambrose reads it over. Oliver reads it over, and nods at Ambrose and very ceremoniously lifts the right hand up to one of their antlers, and will just kind of like swipe it across, and like the very tip of one of the antlers just like pricks the edge of Oliver's finger. And they will press it and kind of like rub it in a little bit on the edge of the contract.
The moment that your blood kind of hits this parchment, you see it sort of begins to spread into these thin lines and careful loops that effortlessly take the form of your signature, as if you had written it with a pen, but it is in crimson ink. And you can see, as you do, all of the lettering on the page begins to glow an even brighter gold and an even brighter gold. And you see the words begin to sort of like lift off of the page. And as they do, the page beneath dissolves. And all of these words kind of like, the curves and edges of lettering in general begins to smooth and come together and twine together in almost like these golden threads. And these golden threads come and make contact with your wrist, and they're like the cold of a like midwinter day, and begin to sort of wrap around your wrists and sink into your skin. And as they do, they are there for just a moment. You can see the knotwork, and then they are gone. And all that is left behind is the faint smell of pine and a little bit of that cold feeling. And you would know that if at any point, as again, a expert on these contracts, specifically Ambrose's, you would know that if at any time you need to revisit the wording of the contract, you only need to look down at your arm and think about the bit that you need to revisit, and the words will appear on your skin again.
Cool. Great. I think that Ambrose has not said it and has not given Oliver any reason to think it.
Sure.
But this is, Oliver feels loved in this moment. Right. And and feels just the amount of like trust and faith that has been put in them, and is like a little bit overwhelmed with like this is something that they weren't even trusting Lark with, right? And like Lark knows everything. And so like takes a deep breath and nods his head. Thank you.
Your loyalty and bravery are much appreciated by myself and your kingdom.
It will never falter.
If I may ask one more thing of you, Oliver, less formally.
Sure.
Keep an eye on Lark, would you? Keep them on the right path. And if anything develops in this case of yours, either kind of nods a little bit where the contract was, or the one currently being pursued, let me know. Yes?
You'll be the first.
Good. Well, if there's nothing else that you need, I should return to my kingly duties.
Sure. Oh, Dave says hi, by the way.
Asking for a spell slot again?
Yeah.
Of course he is. I trust you to handle it, as you always do.
Always. And I think Oliver stands and nods their head, and will turn
kind
to
of nods
leave.
back.
Hey, James.
Yeah?
I've been in here for a long time.
Hmm.
Do you think it's conceivable that I could have maybe broken a fingernail off and put it on the ground?
Ooh. I'm gonna say...
Hands under the desk, class.
Sure. Yes, but
fingers.
I'm gonna need either a stealth or a sleight of hand check about it because these do give off magic.
I can do that. I can do that. I can do a stealth check about it. I would like to give myself expertise. I'm gonna
Sure.
Ward of Winter.
Cool.
So I'll add +9.
Hmm.
Natural 20 for a 29.
With a natural 20, you do so and do not feel like for the moment it was noticed.
Great. I will turn. I will open the doors. I will turn back. I will nod my head and I will close the doors.
Sure. Lark, are you still hanging around?
I think Lark has kind of taken a number of steps away from the doors, probably back by that corner where they first kind of like slammed into Luca.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably has created like a little arcane monarch butterfly and is just like letting it crawl along their hand and watching it quite pensively, waiting.
So, that went about how I was expecting it to. Well, that's not entirely true. And like gestures to the paper that you have in your hands. Wow.
Everything okay?
Yes, just Dave.
Can I insight check?
Yeah, make me a deception check.
I'm gonna use my DM inspiration.
Sure.
I also am. I rolled a natural 1.
Oh, babe.
I'm using the other point.
Okay.
Insight, yeah.
It fell out of the box. I'm so nervous right now. 25.
28.
Oh, no, +5, 30.
No!
I think, like, there's just a moment when you go, maybe there's something else, and then again, you look at Oliver and you're like, well, Oliver would tell me, surely, if it was important.
Yeah.
I feel so bad. Now I'm using literally everything in my power.
To lie to your brother?
To lie to my brother.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm so sorry.
About his own fucking dad?
I'm so sorry, Jess.
No, I love it.
Just Dave.
Right.
Well, have you gotten a chance to look at the menu yet?
No.
Okay. Well, we've got time. It's not nearly lunchtime yet, so let me know what you decide. In the meantime, put me to work. I've been relieved of my other duties to help you with these investigations. So let me know how I can help.
Oh. Well, really? That's kind of you.
Not really kind of me, more kind of him.
I think like Lux smiles and doesn't look at you and just kind of. Thank you.
Shit-eating grin.
I guess kind of looks down at the piece of paper. Maybe we should do something about this first.
Always wanted to meet a pirate?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think they're kind of...
Sure. Well, today's your lucky day then. All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah.
Don't do your thing. Don't do your thing.
What thing?
You know.
You need me to leave Jeffrey?
No.
Jeffrey flips his head to look at you, and the bob like moves a second later.
No, I never dream. No, just
Oh, okay.
when we go down and meet them, don't. Never mind.
No, you can tell me. Tell me.
You're very charming, Oliver.
Thank you. You don't want me to charm?
Not like that.
Oh. No, I wouldn't. Oh my goodness. I feel like he would have a conniption. He being gestures to the door. I would never.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Amazing. You two can set off for the dungeons. We are going to very quickly check, not very quickly, we can take as much time as we need. Check in on Camille. Hey Camille, what are you up to?
Okay, you know how I said this morning she didn't do any fucky wucky stuff with spells? I lied about that. Can she
Oh my God, tell me
actually
more.
go back?
Yeah.
It's not anything too crazy. But locate
okay.
object, I would just love to beef up the range as much as I can. Is that
Sure.
possible?
Remind me how you're doing that as I pull up the class that I made for you.
Oh, maybe I didn't select that feat. I don't know if I did, but being able to.
Please hold your feet. I will scroll down to your feet. The feat you have is prying eyes. So you get proficiency when you're looking for a scoop, basically. Is it a class thing? I know I gave you the ability to fuck with spells. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
me
remember
too.
where
I was
to put
looking
that.
for it, but I can't.
That's okay.
I know I can
I'll also pull it up.
remember being able to change range or damage or something like
Yes,
that.
when casting a spell you have prepared, you can attempt to change something about it. The GM will set a DC based on the difficulty of the change, against which you may roll an Arcana check.
What is the title of that?
Amazing.
It's under Bonded Tome.
Perfect. Oh, there's no words under here. That's why I didn't know. There we go. Yeah.
Amazing. So can you remind me what the normal range of locate object is?
I believe it's 1,000.
1,000 miles?
Feet.
What's feet? No, I know.
It's actually 1,000 light years.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
Mhm.
100,000
100
distance.
billion. Thank you.
That's a lot of distance,
I'd
probably.
like to triple that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
triple it.
Warrior 10,000 miles.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Um,
So I'm gonna say, go ahead and roll me that Arcana check. I'm gonna say, if you want to triple the distance, I'm gonna say that's probably a DC. I'm gonna say DC 17. How does that sit?
Oh, that's yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Okay. What am I adding? Arcana? Wait.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. That's a 22.
22. You are successfully able to do that range. What do you think this looks like as you are casting this spell from your tome? Also, what does your little tome look like?
Oh, that's a good question I didn't think about.
That's okay.
I would love. Okay, I don't really know. I don't really know. But I do know how I think she's like kind of piecing these together.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like sewing together, kind of like weaving
love
like
that.
magic together to try to like. I think because this is more of her like stretching a spell than creating a new thing. I think it's kind of like when you're testing the stretch of a fabric, seeing how many ways you can like how stretchable it is. I think that's what she's trying to do with this spell. So it's like I think she focuses for a little bit and like tries to like bend this spell a little bit before it kind of like laminates down onto paper. But yeah, I think that's what
I love that. I think that's very fun. I realized I was so caught up in your description that I forgot to Google locate object. Let me see. Please hold. Is it I can't read. Is it a specific location or a direction? I'm so sorry. Cool. That's what I thought. I should just start trusting my brain. Yeah, absolutely. So you reach into the pure like arcane force of the weave, which is the strands of magic that make up all magic in the galaxy. And you reach into these threads and strings and you begin to pull, and you feel as this like magic aura essentially around you grows larger and larger and larger. And you are doing this on your coat, correct? You're missing coat?
Oh, yes.
Cool.
Exactly.
Just making sure I'm
Yes.
looking for the right thing here. Yeah, you feel it stretch and stretch, and you can almost like feel as it passes through the different rooms of the castle and the people and all these other magic objects, these bits of stretching fabric and string and yarn almost passing through them. And finally, right on the edge, the outskirts of your spell, you get a direction.
Oh shit. Okay, cool. I think that what she does, she like kind of collects her things and heads out of her room and kind of goes down the hallways trying to act very natural, like she's going somewhere. And she, once like the hallway is clear, she'll like try to like pop into a supply closet, and she puts on a little disguise. I believe she puts on this persona. This is different than the persona I thought I was going to do today. I put on Bernard, which is a very old butler that has like, I think is an actual person that's probably like was on a butler for a long time on the estate. And he mostly trains like new hires now and is very old on the job, doesn't do a lot of like rigorous work. And has like low feather duster and has the outfits that typically the butlers wear, and just starts going around following that direction, looking like they're busy.
Sure. So I will say in this moment, I think you can feel, because it's on the outskirts, you can feel that this is, based on the direction and how long it took for it to ping, this is probably just outside of estate grounds. 3,000 feet. That's pretty fucking.
Yeah.
I'm gay, so I can't process anything other than that's pretty far.
Yeah, it's far.
But
I agree.
Yeah.
I think she will continue as Bernard, like off the estate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can start your walk-in. We're gonna very, very quickly, again, it doesn't have to be quickly, check in with my good friends Elise and Luca. Hey, I got a question for you. Are you going to the dungeons to talk to Sophia Tax?
Yeah. Yes. I also wondering, did Luca hear any of the conversation that Lark and Oliver had?
I think what you got at first is sort of like a trying to make sure that I think, okay, see, like I'm gonna word vomit to you for just a moment.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, like, basically they came in and it feels like it's super awkward, and this guy was like, that guy, the like soldier guy, was apologizing forever. I was like, oh my god, dude, we get it. You're like sorry or whatever, and you fucked up, and it's like super boring. Anyway, I said sorry, and the nervous guy was like really nice about it. Probably nicer than I would have been, but like whatever. And then they went and they talked, and the king was like, are you okay? And the nervous guy was like, I'm fine. And they just sort of went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth about it, and about how like, I don't know, like the guy who shouldn't be king seems to have like a weird thing against like pirates and criminals. I don't know what that's about. Like, I just think like if you're in charge of like a whole like kingdom or whatever, like good comment from anywhere, that you should probably like I don't know, like be chill with everyone in your kingdom, you know? But like, I think you're right, he shouldn't be king. Anyway, so then I was listening, and then there was like this weird like hum or something, and then I just couldn't hear anything. So I think maybe they sat in silence for like 20 minutes. But then after that, then the nervous guy came out, and he just kind of like sat here for a little while, and like I could hear him like doing magic or something all by himself, and it was like really sad. And then a couple minutes later, the other guy came out, the guy with the bird or whatever, and they were like talking or whatever, and they kept like talking, and then there'd be like a moment of pause, like they were trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with each other. But I guess like some guy named Dave is being super not chill and weird. I don't know, it's a little cringe if you ask me, but like, what do I know again?
Mhm.
And now they're gonna go talk to some guy in the dungeons, I guess. And
What?
I can't be like super sure,
Jewel.
but I'm pretty sure the nervous guy like fully asked the other guy to like not fuck the pirate. Was sort of just like the energy
Wait.
that I got from that.
So you were right
I'm
in the
always right.
stables? When
About
you
what
said
though?
you told me ask if they kissed.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't know. It just felt like a little bit
Oh
like
my God, Jewel.
like when you have a crush on someone and like they're not your man, but they're like kind of your man. You know what I mean? And like if your friends go for them, you're like, stop, that's my
earring,
man.
though. Right. Okay.
So what? And you
Elise!
can't have a love life?
Luca like jumps up. Yeah. Okay, Jewel, we'll talk about this later. Elise.
Fine.
Yes.
We gotta
What's
go to
wrong?
the dungeon. Lark and Oliver are going to the dungeon to talk to the pirate.
How? You've been laying here the whole time. I didn't even see you get your phone. How do
I
you
just
know?
sometimes I just am really quick with the like texting and stuff. So that's how I found out. So
Oh, you youth. Okay. Yes. We can go.
So can we go now?
Yes. Do we? Okay. I would love quick before we go. Are there any like not? Are there any like forms or anything, any formality that you have to complete before you go like to the dungeons to visit a prisoner, like, or is it just like a show up? Like,
Sure.
what's the like procedure here? Do you need a signature?
Sure. So I think that like one, because of your rank, especially as someone who is there to record the truth, I think you would know that you do have like a certain amount of access into the dungeon, specifically for like interviewing guards, interviewing prisoners, making sure that like true and accurate accounts of things that are happening in the castle are taken. I think you would know for something like this, where the prisoner is someone who, as far as anyone really knows, potentially maybe tried to kill the heir. I think you would know that like you would probably have to like go up a little chain of command and speak to people to get in there, but it is not inconceivable that you could necessarily, especially if you were like 2 steps behind the lark. The lark, sure. Yeah.
The
that
lark.
makes sense.
The lark.
The lark. The lark of all time.
Lark. All right.
So it's like not really a form thing. You'd probably have to like run up the flagpole a little bit with, like guards and the people in charge of their guards and the people in charge of that guard. But it's very conceivable that you could.
All right. Can I hold on, let me read before I ask to break something.
I love breaking things.
Can I actually hold on. This might be not Elise talking. Okay. Actually, yes. I would love to use my key and just like see if I know anything about like who would be in the chain of command that I could like weasel my way in.
Yeah, you want to use your key? Okay.
I want to use my key.
You can use your key. I like your key.
Okay.
For just a moment, I did think you were saying like key points, and I was like, what? That makes more sense though, because you are a paladin.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you can use your key. Give me 1 second to pull it up, because I really like your key, and your key is one of my favorite magic items that I made. Okay.
Thank you. I love it. I'm gonna abuse it so much.
Good for you. Yeah. So yeah, you can absolutely kind of from where I imagine it is maybe like tucked a little bit out of sight. You can pull out this beautiful ornate golden and like very intricately. Oh god, my AirPods just died. Hang on. Please, everyone, roleplay amongst yourself for 3 seconds. Thank you.
Luca, for just a quick second, I'm just gonna go run to double check something, and then I am with you, and we can absolutely go.
What are you double checking?
Well, I just want to make sure that I have the right paperwork on file, so if they're like, what are you doing? You can't be down here. I can be like, oh, yes, I can. I'm the head archivist.
Will I be allowed to go with you, or is it like only you're
Yes, of course. No, I mean, you are the head assistant for King Ambrose. I mean, you would be the one to get in more readily than I am, which is why I just
probably
need to go
want
into
me
this.
to go in there. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm just going to go into this closet over here, this locked closet, and like grab a file, and then I will be right back out.
Okay.
So don't worry. All right.
Amazing. Oh, why can't I? Sorry, keep role-playing.
Is it? I can't come in the closet with you. Like, is it just?
It's going to be. I mean, it's just a closet full of papers. So like, you don't. It's
Can you guys
fine.
hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Slay. The funny thing about using a voice changer, sometimes it gets a little crazy when your AirPods die in the middle of a stream. Anyway, yes, I am here to answer your question. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Perfect.
Yes. So, you pull out this beautifully engraved golden shining key from this court. It's like a skeleton key, and you can see like every inch of it has been engraved with like vines and flowers and like with a tree boughs and like just for as small as it is, stunning. And you pull it out. Are you doing this in front of Luca?
No, we just did a bit where I'm gonna go to a supply closet to grab a file, and then we're gonna go. So yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. You can step into this separate room, and you pull it out and sort of put it in the air as if you were putting it in a lock. And the instant that you do, coming from it in these like swirling, like neon blue arcane sigils, a lock forms around it. And then a handle, and then a door all the way. And soon there is this pure magic door that the key is in, and you can open if you'd like to.
Absolutely. I'm going in, and I'm thinking so hard about like all the guards that I know, and like the procedure, and just like trying to like asking if there's any the loophole is the only thing I can think of because we just spent so much time talking about contracts that I could exploit to get in there seamlessly.
Sure, absolutely. So you open this door, and instantly, just as far as the eye can see, almost to some sort of like horizon, you just see stacks and stacks of information and books, and all glowing with this like arcane energy that is so palpable in the air that you almost feel like you're, like when you're like lightning is gonna strike and your hair stands up. It doesn't do that, but it feels like that on your skin and it just in all of your senses. And as
Fun
you
fact, I have almost been struck by lightning. Just for the crowd. Okay, continue. I just felt the need to share. Okay,
that's a normal thing that I'm not.
I knew that.
Okay. How am I supposed to process that? Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm gonna need that story as soon as we're done. Anyway.
Yeah, you got it.
But I guess I gotta keep talking in DM or whatever. And as soon as you sort of like open this door, you think of this, you can see in the distance like books begin pulling out and moving across shelves, and things open and files come out and papers swirl. And you see a couple of papers sort of come in your direction, all like swirling around each other as if in a breeze. And they land in your outstretched hand. And I think what you see in there is you can see there is a little bit of information on someone that you would know to be captain of the King's Guard. This is Azalea. You know this person fairly well. She has been in her position for probably a good 200 years at this point. Very respected, very fair. You have worked with her before in like, obviously not cases of the same severity, but like similar things. You would know if you walked in and basically said like, hey, Azalea, I need to talk to a prisoner. She would probably be chill and cool with it.
Okay.
On that same paper, you also see, let me open my notes because I'm in magic items at the moment. You also see information underneath that says Lieutenant Virion. You would know this is Azalea's right-hand man, essentially. And that if you cannot find Azalea, Virion can also help. And also, truthfully, Virion is most likely to be watching over a prisoner of this caliber. Just because, the captain of the King's Guard has like other things to do. Virion doesn't, in this case. You would know this individual is probably down there, and like you don't have a like best friend relationship with him, but friendly enough, and he knows that you are trusted and who you are and how long you've been around and things like that. I think you also get some schematics of the dungeons from this because, magic item, you get to use it once a day, get a bunch of information. With sort of like the dungeons of the Monarch Estate are very like labyrinth-like, and they are meant to be that way. So if somehow someone gets out, it is very hard for them to make it out without being caught. And you can see sort of like etched in sort of this swirling magical line, the path that you would take to get to what is most likely the area in which a prisoner of this level would be held. And I think that's what you get, unless there's anything else specifically you are looking for.
I mean, well, I feel like this is something Elise does not use this often because as
Sure.
head archivist, like they just have access to a lot of information anyway. But while I'm here, just because Elise at heart is just kind of a turd. Is there any dirt on any of them? Like any scandals that are recorded? Just for fun.
That's such a good question. I think you would know. I mean, both of these figures are respected and high up enough and in the eye of the court enough that, like, anything super wild, they would have been removed from their position. I think sort of maybe what you get is, like, yeah, this is fun. I think what you get maybe is that, like, Virion is rumored to have been very in love with Azalea, and those feelings were not returned. And so they have a friendly working relationship, and it's not, like, weird, but there will always be a little bit of that, like, wanting to impress her, wanting to be in her eye, wanting her approval. And I think you would know this is, like, in the last couple months. Not, like less, like, maybe, like, 6 to 8 months. Not, like, fresh, but fairly recent. And I think as you're sort of sifting through these things, there's also a very small scrap of paper that flutters to the ground at your feet.
Bend over and pluck it off the ground.
Sure. You look at it. This is all of the documents and information that you get from this key. This is a key that has been used by royal archivists going back thousands of years in all of the history of Everglen. When you get files from here, they are perfectly written. They are formal and professional and come, on, like, what is essentially magic letterhead. And this looks like a piece of some kind of book that has been torn free. It's like half a page, and you can see there's, like, printed words on one side, but the other side, which has fallen face up, is written in blue ink in a kind of like a scrawl that you don't necessarily recognize. And it says, ask about Isabella Kinren.
Okay.
And when you hold it, you catch a whiff of lavender as well. And that's what you get.
Perfect. Well, kind of like, I don't know how this ends, but I imagine Elise, like, walks back towards the door, turns the key.
Sure.
Door locks. Turns back and heads over to Luca. Right, well, I've got everything I need. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Great. Let's head over there.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna be in so much trouble. It's fine.
Don't worry.
Totally fine.
I've worked here for 483 years. I know people.
You're so old. But in, like, a good way.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
The two of you can very much set off to where you know the entryway to the dungeons is. And you walk for, honestly, probably about 5 minutes until you hear more voices. 2 very familiar voices. And you round a corner and you see Oliver and Lark. And also a little bit in the distance, running from another corner, an old person that you do not know. It's Camille. But you don't know that. It's just important to me that Sweet knows that. Because they're there.
Oh!
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, what you guys doing down here?
Hello?
This is so awkward.
Why is it awkward?
I just didn't expect to see you guys down here, but it's totally cool.
Oh.
I was gonna text you anyway.
Oh,
So.
okay.
Yeah.
What's up? Hey, Elise.
Miss Malahide, how are you this afternoon?
I'm well, thank you for inquiring, Crown Lord, and yourself?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good to
Oh,
hear.
Elise, we're ordering for lunch. Did Luca tell you?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I don't know from where though, so I need
from
a
the
menu
cafe.
so I can.
I'll text you the menu. You know, the last couple times I've texted you, you haven't responded. Are you
I'll
getting my
just show
text?
you the menu.
Elise will,
I
like,
feel
look
I
at her
should know
phone.
Her number.
I'm sure there are, like, just so many unread texts. Elise is someone who's like, I don't need to talk to this person. And like, no, not unread. Elise reads all of her texts, but deletes the ones she just doesn't want to respond to. So there's only ever like 3 consistent messages. Oh no, I don't, how about you message yourself from my phone, and then you have it, and I have it, and we're good.
Here you go, and here's the menu.
Locke kind of catches Luca's eye. Where are you two heading?
We were gonna go. I'm helping Elise today.
Oh, that's nice.
With what?
I am, as head archivist, it is my job to record all goings on, so I am going to speak with the visitor you
The
have.
prisoner.
Oh, you hear that gasp down the hall?
Hello?
I think Locke opens their mouth, hears the gasp, and then everyone
whips my head around.
The feather duster's like whipped out.
Hello?
I think Oliver would probably know that this Bernard person that Camille impersonates, like Camille often does impersonate that person. So if you want, I'll do a little deception roll. I think
Bernard?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that really you?
Who else would it be?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's just been so long since I've seen you.
They like immediately hands go up, and she like walks over like she's in heels, and she goes, "Okay, I didn't want to like reveal my persona to you all, but hi, it's me. It's actually Camille." She like goes and I want you to know this is like an older gentleman that like he's been working so hard on like cleaning things. His back is arched, and he has like bald head up top and like peach fuzz around, and like just sunken in like wrinkles and whatnot. And like it's so like kind of a little uncanny of like how straight up like they're standing. And she goes and she like dishevels the side of their little fuzz on the side and like breaks like the face and like melts a little bit. Hi, I'm sorry guys.
Oh, that's so scary.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
10 out of 10. That was great.
It was so good. Sorry. I was doing personal stuff. And I didn't know I was going to bump into all of you here. Have fun. You're going to the dungeon? I'm so sorry. I got so distracted.
Well, yes, actually, Oliver and I were on our way there.
And I'm working with Elise today, so that's why
Oh.
I get to go.
Got you.
Camille.
Is it a good idea I mean, well, if you wish,
Well, if
I
we're
mean-
going, if they have to go and we have to go, it feels like it would probably be easier for us all to go together. And I don't want Camille to feel left out.
My schedule cleared up. She puts the feather duster in her computer. It's actually not that important. I can do it later, so.
right, sure. Okay.
Sure.
So maybe let's just all go together.
Yes.
Mark, are you scared?
Am I me?
Yeah, because we're about to talk to the...
I am. I'm a little scared of what you will say. Yes.
Oh, that's not what I was talking about, but
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to be charming.
what does that mean?
Why?
Dirty laugh. I'm.
Just let Locke do the talking. Well, I guess Locke and Elise do the talking.
Well,
That is fine with. I just have to ask some formal questions for the archives.
That makes
So-
And
sense.
I want to
course.
ask them why they were threatening my friend.
No.
Oh.
I feel like I should be allowed to.
You should.
Maybe at the end.
Thank
Maybe
you. Camille.
you know
I don't think
how
so.
in like books sometimes people drop like a one-liner right before they go. So maybe that's
Maybe
like
not.
a time where you go in
That's
and be
good.
like, and why were you? Well,
Luca,
That's
you
nice.
are
Yeah.
great, and I don't want you to take this as me saying anything other than that. But
If you hurt my feelings, I will cry.
okay, I'm just gonna stop the sentence there.
Well, if
Shall-
Luca wants to say that, then Luca can.
Yeah, I think so.
I
I think
just feel
Camille's
like-
also like behind a drape, changing into her actual outfit out of the regular outfit. And she kind of like pokes her head out and is like, "Well, if we're going down there and asking this pirate person questions, I think asking them why they threatened the royal is an important question to
I
ask."
would just
it's
like
a
it to be known they
loaded
didn't.
question.
Sure,
like a
but they didn't
loaded
actually threaten me. Like they didn't actually,
That-
Was there a knife?
They broke into
It's a
your window,
sword.
Lark.
That's worse than a knife. You get that that's worse, right?
It's bigger.
It's.
I mean, accuracy is important, so thank you for that. And Elise will like jot it
Jot that
down.
down.
Sword, not
This
knife.
is almost kind of what I'm worried about. Why don't we just go and we'll just okay.
Camille and Oliver holding hands,
Let
skipping down the
people
hallway.
just start walking with their head down.
And with all of you heading off towards the entryway to the Monarch Estate dungeons to confront Captain Tibiatide.
Romance?
Break
A
out?
little smooch too. Wink.
Jailbreak?
That you could is where we're gonna leave.
Where
our
we're gonna
session
take a
today.
break and then we're gonna carry on.
Then we'll
See
be
you in
back.
15 minutes.
You know what? I hear that, but I was just thinking like maybe we come back in 2 weeks. I don't know.
Ooh,
Maybe you don't make us wait too.
What do you say we keep these good vibes
game.
going?
I'm always
Steve
saying
wants to
that.
keep playing.
30-minute lunch break. We'll see you
Yeah.
in 30.
We'll see you in 30.
But in a
Thank
very
you all
real
so much
sense,
for
we'll see you
joining
in
us
2
today.
weeks.
We'll see you right here in 2 weeks for more gay nonsense and another very the same, but another instance of a very, very hot pirate and what I'm sure will be a normal conversation in which normal things are said and happen.
I'm gonna
Thanks so much
flirt
for
with
joining
him.
us. I gathered that. Thank you all so much for being here. We'll hopefully see you on Sunday and next Wednesday and then 2 weeks. Have a good night,
Bye.
and until then, sweet dreams.
Bye. Bye.